Oh, it's a very good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Killarney, if you are here, and welcome to this live stream by IMUSAT. And yes, it is the Killarney Enduro Day in association with Smile 94.4 FM, excuse me. My name is Byron Knight. I'm being joined by none other than Gary Gazza Fleming, Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny Spitbox, and of course Frankie Yenis as well. We'll all be taking you through the 2-hour-long bike enduros and then the Cape 3-hour enduro that will be coming a little bit later on, 4:15 in the afternoon. We first will be starting with the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650s and the Super Sport 300s and their motorcycle 1-hour endurance event. After that, of course, the Superbikes, classic Superbikes and the Breakfast Run motorcycles will be having their hour-long enduro at 3 p.m. And then, like I said earlier on, at 4:15 this afternoon, the Cape 3-hour for a twilight race today. And of course, the sunset I did see was just about 10 minutes before the 8 p.m. tonight. So we have lots to look forward to throughout this day, basically to end off our main circuit here.
Well, good day to those that are here. Not too many people here. I look over to the oval track side. I see a few people that are on the stands there. Good day to you folk. And those that are on the hill that's watching the spinning, and obviously we'll focus on our side as well. Good day to you guys. There in Interceptor corner, there are a few people on the grandstand. I think it's mainly the marshals there at this point. But to you folks that are here, hello. And mainly to the people in the pit area, the competitors in the pit area, because I think from a trackside point of view, that's the majority of the people you're going to be talking to, except for you folks that will be watching with us at home. It is good afternoon. It's 20 to 2. We're scheduled to start in 5 minutes' time with the Bridgestone STC 650 and Super Sport 300 motorcycles 1-hour enduro. So, Byron, I've got the entry list here for the Power Sport 650 and 300. Bike 10 will be Raymond Alexander and Wynand Donaghy, who also does rallycross as well, does Donaghy.
And short circuit as well.
Correct.
So a very busy man throughout the year, whether it be 2 or 4 wheels.
And then the 17 Kawasaki ZX, that will be Q1 Snyman and Johnny Towers. They would be one of the favorites for this one. Then the 57 Yamaha YZF, that will be Abigail Bosson and Jessica Howden. The 71 machine will be Mitch Robinson and Rob DeForce. A lot of these guys come from the short circuit side of it. The 74 KTM will be Nicholas Hutchings and Braden Hutchings. As the bikes begin to move out onto the circuit, then we'll have Michael Rayforth and Philip Rimmer on the 650 Kawasaki, and then Dave Entercott and Wesley Hendricks in the Kawasaki ER6N. Keegan Wasserval and Leighton Thomas will be out there as well. The 92 machine of Matthew van Niekerk, Quinton Weening, then Elmi Mostert and Nigel Everts, Aidan Solomon and Slade van Niekerk. And then also we will have the 93 bike out there of Jason Lineker and lady racer Zante Otto. But no, they will be in the higher class a bit later on. That will be the Superbikes Classics and the Breakfast Run bikes, where we will see 3 more teams added to the teams that we already have there. So as the bikes roll out, we can see the names here on our timekeeping device. A big thanks to IMUSAT for doing the live production. Gary Fleming as well, that will be joining us. And Western Cape Motorsport commentators, Second Gear Talk Show, Second Gear Productions, everybody involved here today. And we are going to have as much fun as we possibly can, Byron.
if the wind doesn't blow us away first, Frankie, because it's tremendously windy here. I hate bringing up the weather, but I always tend to do that at every race meeting. The roof of the commentary box is oscillating here, basically. You can hear the sounds from everywhere. And Gary Fleming was speaking earlier on, especially in this race, with those 300s going down the back straight with that headwind coming along there. It's going to basically take about 25 kph off of the top speed. It's going to be quite a battle out there. And remember, throughout the year, Frankie, this particular class, the Super Twin Cup, the 650s and the Super Sport 300s, they have their 2 9-lap races usually in the main circuit power series. Now an entire 60 minutes of racing for them. Many of them will be doing an endurance race for the very first time in their entire lives.
Well, they're going to have a lot of fun out there, that I can promise you, because this will lead, Byron, to next weekend, when we've got the Livingston Bath 8-hour for short circuit motorcycles on the karting circuit. So I see the bikes are right up against the pit wall. I got a funny feeling we're going to do the old Lamar start here, where the bikes will be up against the wall, the seconds will hold the bikes, and the riders will move over to the opposite side of the track. And then we'll get the countdown, 3, 2, 1, go. The clock will start, the 1 hour will be underway, and the riders will then run across the track, hop onto their machines, and then it will be 1 hour go for Power Sport 650 and Super Sport 300.
I was just looking at that number 94 bike there, Frankie, and number 94 is the Elmer Mostert and Nigel Evert's bike. What a lovely livery it has on that ER6 Kawasaki. And it's always great to see a number of machines out there. Like you said, Frankie, look at the old classic Lamar start, which actually at Lamar was retired after 1970. But you can see the riders all very excited, very good spirits over there. Some of them getting warmed up on the side there, doing their stretches and doing their their Pilates and doing their Tai Chi and all of those various exercises they need to do to keep themselves all alert and awake. And they will get ready for this 60-minute. There we go. There's some good dancing out there. So let me tell you one thing. Hopefully you need to be as quick as you can dance here.
Well, they are all on the opposite side. It is now 1:45. We'll wait for the countdown. John Green has got his thumb up. The moment he nods his head and gives a signal, they will probably wave the flag here at the start-finish line. The riders are watching the start-finish line podium, and then the moment that flag drops down, they will jog across the track and then get this one underway.
Oh, luckily for John, he doesn't have to run out of the way of anybody today like he usually does. He is running a little bit there, but I think that's the wind taking him a little bit. Very good, responsible man, John Green, been around for many years and a very experienced head. The riders like him a lot. We all do. And that waiting game, Frankie, the heart must be beating now. The mouth getting a bit dry there.
Normally you'd see, if it was the 8-hour, you'd see Neva van der Merwe standing with a flag, and she would wave that flag and then send them on their way. But that, of course, will be next week. And then they will get that one underway. But that's a week from today. 10 teams out there. But 2 riders, at least a team. And pretty soon we will have all systems go.
Well, at the moment, it looks like about 22 degrees Celsius and absolutely zero chance of any rain. Fluffy white clouds in the sky, lovely blue skies. It's just this damn wind, I can tell you that much. That's going to cause quite a bit of interesting things today.
Well, the wind, no, don't run yet. That was just a whistle, guys. Yeah.
30 seconds and lights.
So let's have a look, see the 30-second. I'm sure they'll show them the 30-second board, and then they'll work on the light system. The lights and pit lane go off, and here they come. Jogging across the line, climbing on the bike, and a lovely start off the line there. by the 11 machine that gets going off the line. It could be Mitch Robinson, I'm not sure. We'll get those numbers as they make their way around. You couldn't see the complete number on the motorcycles.
The Hutchings bike, Frankie, sorry to interject there. The Hutchings bike is stuck currently on the grid at the moment. They are struggling to get that bike going. Have Braden Hutchings on the machine at the present moment, and he's got Nicholas right alongside him over there, and eventually that number 72 bike is off of the grid, but now he's got a lot of catch up to do, Frankie.
Yeah, he's going to have to get going pretty soon, which he does. He's only working his way into turn number 1, and the leading bikes are making their way out of Interceptor Corner. Turn 3, working their way towards turn 4. So this, of course, is endurance racing, so they might hoof it up for a lap or two, and then they're going to have to just roll off, as already we've got a change of 2 positions going down that back straight towards turn 5 into Fostron Corner, as the bikes work their way out of Fostron. We'll have a look, see now who is first, second and third when they cross the start finish line, and take it from there as they're heading towards the end of the opening lap of 1 hour.
Yeah, underneath the City of Cape Town, Wingfield Motors and Castrol Bridge, and across the line we go. It will be the bike number 92 with the Van Niekerk and Weening bike. That will be half a second between themselves, and 89 the Wasserval and Landon Thompson, that's on that bike. And then of course Solomon up as far as the 300s are concerned, Frankie, going to share that with Slade Van Niekerk at the moment. That is the top 3. The number 78 coming after that, which is the Anticott Hendricks entry, and then Mitch Robinson and Robin de Vos on that number 71 bike in 5th position.
Right, so all bikes have now done their opening lap. We have a look for the leaders. They're going into turn number 4 into Sarel Sweep, and that's the Matthew Van Niekerk, Quinton Weening combination. They're making their way down the back straight, and they've been chased there by that 89 motorcycle. That's the Keegan Wasserval and Leighton Thomas. Those are 2 riders that will be on that bike as they work their way through turn 5 out of Pertamina Fostron. And not much between the 92 and the 89 bike. They are followed there in 3rd place as he makes his way out of turn number 5. That is the Adrian Solomon and the Van Niekerk machine. That is the 4 bike. That's Adrian Solomon and Slade Van Niekerk that sits there in that 3rd position.
Well, the first full flying lap has now been completed, Frankie. Remember the first one, a standing start. It's a 1:24.982 by that number 92 bike of Van Niekerk and Weening that has the fastest lap. No surprise over there. 0.8 of a second between that Leighton Thomas and Keegan Wasserval bike. 0.8 of a second, as I said. And then, of course, the leading 300 out there, the number 4, that is the Solomon and Slade Van Niekerk NG at the moment. So leaders going now through 4. You can see them in the same picture at the moment. 0.8 of a second between each other when they cross the line. Solomon will just be in the background there, the Solomon bike with Van Niekerk, and then the David Anticott entry, number 78, a little bit further back, Frankie. I see there's a bit of a small battle going on. If I take a look at that, I think that is the Robinson and the Vos bike against the Abigail Bosson and Jessica Howard's bike.
Yeah, Jessica Howard and Boston, they're on bike 57, but the leaders are coming towards us now. They're crossing that start-finish line, and there is nothing between them. That is the Matthew Van Niekerk, Quinton Weening outfit, and then the Keegan Wasserval machine followed there. Or should I say, Leighton Thomas is with him, and then Solomon and Slade Van Niekerk is in that 3rd position, as the leaders are now heading towards turn number 2, busy making their way out of Castrol Corner.
As we complete the first 5 minutes of the 60 minutes in this Super Twin Cup 650 and Super Sport 300s. And now the gap, of course, will be ever extending between the leaders and second place. Now 1.3 seconds. Solomon, they'll start dropping a little bit further back now there with himself and Slade van Niekerk. Entikot trying to keep on to that, but 2.3 seconds between himself and the podium placings, whilst Robinson and De Vos will hanging in there 4.7 seconds. But the big one to watch at the moment now is between the 71 bike and the 51 machine, the all ladies team over there, and also two ladies with a lot of international experience, or a little bit of international experience behind their names now, and two ladies that are actually really going places, if you ask me.
Yeah, that's two motorcycles that's not on screen now, but they're working their way through turn number 5. And that is the 71 and the 51. There they are, the two of them coming out of Fostron corner. That is Mitch Robinson, Robin De Vos, and then Abigail Bossen and Jessica Howden. And that is the all-ladies team as those two motorcycles work their way into turn number 1.
Well, the 51 Howden Bosson bikers just put in the fastest lap of the race for them, not the overall. Of course, that's a 1:28.207. Likewise for Solomon and Van Niekerk, a 1:27.226, and going ever faster every single time and getting that overall lap. Fastest lap at the moment is still the Van Niekerk and Weening bike that leads the way by 2.3 seconds.
We've got a bike that's going very slow through the kink and heading towards Interceptor corner. Very, very slow heading into Interceptor corner. We'll pick up the number of that rider now as he goes into Interceptor. He had his arm up at one stage of the game.
As far as I know, it's a Kawasaki, and we're just trying to pick up the number for you folks around the circuit and at home. But he's got his hand up. And we'll see going down the back straight fairly shortly now. That was through turn 3 initially that we saw that bike running through. It's a Bosson.
Well, the leader's heading into turn number 1, all on his own there. That's Dave Entikot's bike. Yeah, he was sitting in 3rd place. That is Entikot and Wesley Hendricks. That bike has got trouble out there.
Sorry, Frankie, I gave you wrong information. It's 4th position that they were lying in. That means the Mitch Robinson and the Robin De Vos bike goes up into 4th position. What an unfortunate sequence of events here for that number 78 bike, dropping down the order now, and will have to pull that bike into pit lane fairly shortly here. And this only 8 minutes into the race.
Well, going into turn number 5 now. That's at fight with the Bosson and Howden, and just ahead of Bosson and Howden is that 71 outfit of Mitch Robinson and Rob De Vos. That is about the closest thing that you can see on your screen coming out of Pertamina Fostron right now as they head under the City of Cape Town and Castrol Bridge and work their way into turn number 1. They are nearly side by side as they work their way into turn 1. And the 71 bike just dives across the bows there of the 51 machine of Bosson and Howden as they make their way towards turn 2 Castrol.
At the moment, Frankie, the closest battle on the circuit. When they crossed the line, it was 1.7 seconds between them, but look how close they have come now as the leaders have crossed the line already. The Van Niekerk and Weening number 92 bike, the last lap at 1:24.73, which is just a smidgen off of their best time at the present moment. And then we had now 10 cruising or 10 pairings. Now we seem for the foreseeable future to have 9, and the bike has been pushed into the pits now, into the garage, and that looks to be an exit for Entikot and Hendricks.
So, as you were talking about the closest fight on track, and that fight is heading into turn number 2. That is the 71 and the 51 of Robertson, De Vos, and Bosson and Howden. They're heading into Interceptor corner now. There was a fight a bit closer earlier on, but there was a couple of back markers. This is the actual 71 and 51 that's making their way towards a turn number 4. There you see them on your screen at home as they dip those bikes into the double right-hander. That is Cyril Sweep and now make their way down the back main towards Castrol, towards the Pertamina Fostron corner. And I'll tell you what, that all-lady team is keeping that 71 bike of Robertson and De Vos very honest as they work their way out of Pertamina Fostron.
Well, just looking at the times, Frankie, first of all, another fastest lap, a 1:24.134 for Van Niekerk and Weening. But looking at the comparison of the 71 bike and the 51 bike times, a tenth of a second in it, a 28.3 for Robinson and De Vos, and a 28.5 now for Bosson and Howden, 2/10 off at the moment. At this time, it looks like bike number 71 might just get the handle, have the handle on the bike trailing them. But remember, we're still very early into the race, Frankie.
Right, so it is a 1:24.134 by bike 92 that sits out there in a P1. And he is all on his own there. That's the Van Niekerk and Weening combination of the 91 machine. And he is way down the road. He was 4.7 seconds ahead of the 89 bike in second place. That is the Wasserfall-Thomas combination.
We're just waiting now for the Hutchings 72 bike to cross the line, the bike that struggled to get off of the line. Here he comes now in the familiar Hutchings Service Centre colours. And now also as well as Elmer Mostert and Nigel Everts that will come through on bike number 94, who have actually already been lapped, looks like it at the moment, by our leaders, Van Niekerk and Weening, who have come through. And yes, Wasserfall and Thomas still holding their own, 5.5 seconds off at the present moment. And then Solomon and Van Niekerk, the leading, actually not the leading 300, they're all 300s, my apologies. I was still going by our usual, we don't have any 650s in this race at the time, so it's all 300s out there. And that means that the top 5 have come through. Ryfarth and Rimmer, I should rather say, should be coming through next. Their last time a 1:31.702. And coming to complete their 8th lap of this hour-long race.
So your overall race leader making his way down the back straight, heading in towards turn number 5 into Fostron. He's put a lap there on one of the Super Sport 300 riders, and that's a 92 machine, the Van Niekerk Weening combo that is sitting out there in P1 all on his own as he works his way under the Wingfield Motors Castrol instead of Cape Town Bridge, heading into turn number 1. Then this should be the 89 bike in second place, and it is indeed the 89 bike in second place, and he's 5.5 seconds behind the leader, Keegan Wasserfall and Leighton Thomas.
So 9 of them left of the 10 that started. That is the nature of endurance racing. Across the line is Solomon and Van Niekerk now, and they are 22.7 seconds off of the leader, 17.2 off of second position at this time as Robinson and De Vos come through, and it's 1.2 seconds between the 71 bike and the 51 bike. So I'm just looking at the times now as they're going to turn 1, and it, of course, look at that now, a whole chunk of time taken out of the number 71 bike by the Abigail Bosson and Jessica Howden bike, a 1:28.410 compared to the 1:27.747. And we're looking at 7/10 of a second here, Frankie.
Well, that's about the closest it'll fight out on track at this stage, going through the kink and working their way towards the interceptor corner. That's bike 71 and bike 51 on your screens there. 71 is the Robertson De Vos combination, and the 51 is the Bosson Howden combo as they work their way up the hill towards the double right-hander. That's the Saddle Sweep, also known as Malmesbury Sweep. And down the back main they go, and they are very close. They are very close down that back straight. I would think that that is Abigail Bosson, that she would probably do the first stint, but yeah, we weren't given who's going to be on the bike first, who's going to be on the bike second as they exit turn 5 out of Fostron corner. Yeah, they come towards us. There's a back marker that's just ahead of them, and that back marker is the 94 bike who's sitting stone last in any case. And that 94 machine is the Elmer Mostert Nigel Everts bike as they work their way out of turn number 1, out of 1, and they are right on the case of that 94 bike. That's the back marker as they head towards turn 2 Castrol.
Yeah, that Elmer Mostert Nigel Everts bike, Frankie's one of the 650s. So yes, there is a mix of 650cc machines, the odd 400 and the odd 390 in there as well. That was the originally the Raymond Alexander and Wynand Donagi bike. It was going to be the KTM 390, but we've had a few withdrawals, unfortunately, from the race before it even started. Going down the order here, the Mitch Robinson and Robin de Vos, that's the Kawasaki Ninja 300 at the moment, and currently lies in what is 4th position over here and fending off from the Bosson Howden number 51. That number 51 is a it's a 300 Yamaha that is currently on. So that's basically the battle, you could say, for the 300 honors at the moment. That number 4 machine over here is solid. That's the 400 machine that is in 3rd place at the present moment, and 22.9 seconds off of the 89 Wasserfall and Thomas machine.
Yeah, that is the 2nd place, I would think, in the Super Sport 300s. Or no, they would be leading the Super Sport 300s. The 71 would be 2nd, the 51 would then be in that 3rd position, which means that 1st and 2nd is not only just 1st and 2nd, but they're also 1st and 2nd in class. That's the 92 and the 89 machines, the Van Niekerk, Wiening, and the Wasserfall Thomas combo. Well, there's only about 9 bikes out there, and they are very, very, very spread out all over this racetrack, and there's still 42 minutes left before we see the checkered flag, as we keep an eye on the leader that's going into turn number 1.
He's turned the wick down a little bit, sorry Frankie. A 1:24.960 now on this last lap. 0.8 of a second off of his best time, a 1:24.134. Remember though, endurance racing is all about the long run here, and we have now 42 minutes to go in this particular motor race with 2 hour-long bike races today, and then the Cape 3 hour coming a little bit later on after 4 p.m. in the afternoon.
Right, where's the leader? All on his own on your screen, heading towards a turn 4. All on his own, out of Saddle Sweep, the 92 bike, sitting out there in P1, the Van Niekerk winning combination, racing all on his ace, down the back straight towards a turn 4, and not too far behind him though is that 89 bike heading towards a turn 2. That is the Wasserfall Thomas combo that are sharing the 89 bike as we watch them make their way through turn 5. That's Pertamina Fostron corner as they head towards the Wingfield Motors and the City of Cape Town Bridge. To start lap number 13, into turn 1 he goes, and he is 3.9 seconds ahead there of the 89 bike of Wasserfall and Thomas.
The big dice going to be coming into turn 4 now. Is that the number 51 bike that's coming down the straight and almost looking like it's standing still? That 71 bike is slowing down.
Yes, the 71 bike is slowing right down. That's the Mitch Robinson, Rob de Vos outfit that slowed right down, and he gave that position away to the Boston Howden combo as they exit turn 5. Out of a Fostron corner they come. Now, is he going to continue? No, he's not. The 71 bike makes its way into the pit area as the ladies team work their way into turn 1, and that is all over there for the 71 machine of Mitch Robinson and Rob de Vos in the Kawasaki Ninja 300.
Well, the 51 goes into 4th position.
Sorry about it. Yes, Gary just mentioned something. Of course, it's a 1 hour enduro, so it could be a rider change Yes, it is a rider change. My apologies on that one, folks. It is a rider change.
No rider change, so we've been informed from Tiny, as actually saw through the binoculars, no rider change over there, unless it was a very fast rider change. No, well, the same guy.
Well, what I'm trying to say is you could come in for the rider change. Obviously, they didn't do the rider change, but the option was there for the rider change.
Fuel as well, could be a tot of fuel put in there as well. Maybe they are running on fumes down the back straight.
Probably, because these bikes won't make an hour on one tank of fuel, so you would think they would then refuel when they change riders, but maybe even so, they cannot get to the spot or the point where they want to change riders on a tank of fuel. Maybe they didn't start with full tanks. You don't want those bikes too heavy, so obviously it's a whole combination of what needs to be done to get the maximum pace out of the machine.
Well, we'll see now shortly, Frankie, with the 9 teams or the 9 bikes that are left in the race. We will be having those rider changes come up shortly because of the compulsory rules. Down the back straight, though, comes the whole gaggle of machines, including the leader.
Yeah, the leader, a back marker, and second place man as they make their way out of Fostron corner. That's at 92 bike of Nikak and Weening. He's in the 650 class. There they make their way into turn number 1. And he's going to put a lap on somebody coming out of turn number 1.
It looks like a tight little battle coming out of that turn 1 section, Frankie. We'll just have to try and pick up there who exactly it is. Seeing the numbers on these bikes can be quite a trick to it. But Michael Reifarth and Philip Rimmer, that 75 bike comes through, a lap down already. And we've had 4 bikes cross the line so far. Now we wait for our more recently new 4th place as Raymond Alexander's number 11 machine goes across the line. A man who's a very big regular in the short circuit scene. And we still have Elmer Mostert and Nigel Everts out on the circuit, which is good news. Here comes Abby Bosson now and Jessica Howden. They currently are at the moment in 4th position, and that is 18.7 seconds off of the Solomon van Nikak machine in that 3rd position.
Right, coming out of turn number 5, out of Fostron corner. Your leader will be coming out of that turn towards us as the 92 machine makes his way towards us under the set of Cape Town Bridge. And he has got, as a matter of fact, we've got a change of lead. We've got a change of lead, Byron. While we were watching all the other action out there, the 89 bike comes out of turn 1 in P1, and that 92 bike is there in that 2nd spot as they race towards Castrol corner. Well, we missed that overtaking maneuver, but that could have been because of back markers that they picked up, that the 92 bike picked them up at the wrong place and lost their lead there to the 89 bike of Wasserfall and Thomas. But they are nose to tail as they work their way out of turn 3 Interceptor.
Well, on the last lap, Frankie, we had 2.2 seconds faster from Wasserfall and Thomas's 89 bike over the Van Nikak and Weening bike. Like you said, those back markers played a huge factor in here.
Yeah, as the machines make their way around. Down the back main they go. That is the leaders heading into turn 5. We've got double yellow flags. There's a rider down in Fostron corner. We'll identify the rider now. So there's no overtaking in that part of the track. Well, I see the marshals are busy running there in turn 5 in Fostron corner, but the leaders working their way towards us. Under the bridge they come, racing into turn number 1, and there's 0.6 of a second between P1 and P2 working their way out of turn 1 with 35 minutes still to go.
They have to be careful through that yellow flag zone there, Frankie. They're putting in some quick time still. A 1:24.084 through there for the Wasserfall Thomas 89 bike. A 1:24.2. So 0.2 of a second between them at the moment. And as you pointed out, Frankie, 0.6 of a second in the battle is. They're going now. Abigail Boston, number 151. she put it down in Pertamina faster on turn 5.
Well, that's not what she wanted at this point in time. However, the 92 bike was the quickest bike out. It's no longer. It's now the 89 bike of a 123.700 by the 89 bike of Wasserfall and Thomas.
Well, we have to just check, Frankie.
We still got the double wave yellows going into turn 5. That is on the. That will be wherever the bike is on the inside of 5 behind the scrutineering building. So that's where I saw the marshals run to early on. So whoever is down there, it will be out of our view, and that is behind the scrutineering area.
Well, for the present moment, it's going to be 8 bikes circulating out of the 10 that started. We've had our leaders come across the line once more over here, and a 1/10 of a second quicker from our second place number 92 bike over the number 89 that still leads at the present moment, and that's a half a second between the two of them. Robinson and DeVos on bike number 71, who was having that lovely battle earlier on with bike number 51, is back into 4th place, having stopped now earlier on for a shot of fuel most likely.
Well, Byron, I can tell you this, that the 92 bike that's going into turn 5 now, that's in 2nd position. He is way behind the leader that's making his way around. Where is that leader? The leader is the 89 bike. Hasn't come past. So is that...
All right, that was just Michael Ryforth and the Philip Rimmer bike. Sorry, Frankie, in 5th position, giving the thumbs up to the pits at the present moment. So we have to actually just see now, because currently the last place machine is the Mostert and Evert's bike. Coming to the line now, 89 comes across the line, and between 89 and 92 is still half a second, Frankie, because they're almost matching times here. A 124.868 for the leader. Second place, a 124.897 at the present moment. It's a hot battle.
Yeah, well, they were overtaking so much that I actually thought that the 92 bike had dropped a bit further down, but they had not. As a matter of fact, the only real dice on track right now at this point is the dice for the lead that's making its way into turn 3, into Interceptor corner. That is the only dice on track. Everything else is completely petered out. As a matter of fact, if you look at that bike that's going down the back main there, Byron, and you have a look at the bike that's in 2nd place, they look identical. And that's where I got confused between the 92 and that machine.
Leader in the pits, Frankie, for a rider change. 94 in the pits. 89. 94 is in the pits, my apologies. And then 89 will continue at the present moment. Let's see as they come across. This is the Ryforth Rimmer bike. Raymond Alexander also a second off for that 5th place battle. 72 has come into the pit lane. That is the Hutchings bike. So that will be for a rider change.
Right, the two leaders are making their way nose to tail out of turn number 1. And that is still the 89 and the 92 bikes. So they have not come into pits yet. These two guys are still going hammer and tongs after 20 laps. They sit in P1 and P2, working their way through Castro corner. Well, that 92 bike slide up on the inside as the 89 bike went pretty wide there. The Wasserfall Thomas bike went wide, but no. He stays in 2nd place, does Van Niekerk and Wiening, as they work their way through turn 3, through Interceptor and up the hill towards Saddle Sweep.
I think this wind is affecting a lot of riders. I think Frankie looked to lose a little bit of momentum out of turn 2, and through the kink there was the number 92. But yeah, they come through turn 4 now and onto the back straight. Remember that headwind that they're going to go into now. And Wasserfall, a 124.4 and a 122.4 for that.
The lead has changed. The lead has changed in turn 4 as they race down towards turn 5. The lead has changed. Sorry, Byron. And the 92 bike is back in P1 again. So that change must have happened in turn 4 as somebody has stopped on the exit of turn 5.
I saw you.
Gone.
Sorry, Frankie, I saw yellow flags, double wave yellows, waving in turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. I don't know at the moment. We can't see a number. There's a white flag for a slow-moving vehicle. There we go. I thought it might be the case. Abigail is trying to get her bike back to the pits. 75. So that is the Ryfarth Rimmer machine from 6th position in this race.
So with a half an hour done, the pit changes will happen now. If you haven't pitted yet, it'll happen on the half an hour mark. So the riders are coming in and out. As a matter of fact, Brian, when the 89 bike came past us, heading into turn 1, I saw the rider put up his left hand on the half an hour mark. So don't be surprised if that 89 machine of Wasserfall and Thomas come into the pit area now.
So the Hutchings bike is currently refueling, and that will be Braden Hutchings going to be handing over to Nicholas Hutchings. That will get onto that bike, the tall, lanky figure of Nicholas Hutchings, the two cousins, as they are, and they'll be back out in the race shortly. Currently sitting in the pits in 7th position at the moment, Elmer Mostert and Nigel Everts doing exactly the same now. 94 is leaving the pits. That will be the Mostert and Everts.
The 89 bike does make its way into the pit area. Remember I said that they would be making their way into the pits. Bikes are becoming out the pits now. The 72 makes its way out of the pit area. So the bike that was in 2nd place, that is the Wasserfall Thomas combination, is in the pit area. And being a half an hour, I'm almost certain, Byron, that there would be a rider change.
Well, Raymond Alexander's number 11 machine is in the pits at the moment, and I don't know who he's actually sharing that bike with, the number 11, because he is the only man on the screen at this time. So I don't know if he's going to try and maybe do the whole hour. I speak under correction. 89 in the pits. And well, we had the Hutchings come out as well, the number 72 bike rocketing out of the Joubert pit area there after taking on the fuel and the rider change. So he sits in 7th position at the moment, Nicholas Hutchings, and Michael Ryfarth from Philip Rimmers, number 75, still well and truly in that 6th position. But Alexander, who was 5th, is still remaining 5th whilst he sits in the pits at the moment. And I could do see that Raymond Alexander bike also running the Hutchings Service Centre colours, the orange and the orange and blue, like the Golf colours. And I see a rider coming out here. There's a bike coming out of the pits. Double. Bike 4, that is the Solomon van Niekerk machine after. And 92 comes out as well now. That will be the
92 just went into the pits, Byron. That is the leader that went into the pits. That is the Van Niekerk winning combination that's coming in for their pit stop.
Well, actually now, Frankie, what the great thing is we can actually see on the timings and on the lap charts, we can see who's in which class here. So the two 650 machines that, of course, the 92 and 89 currently head the field, and leading the Supersport 300 class will be Mitch Robinson. 7.5, that's the Ryfarth Rimmer bike. Also a beautiful livery on that machine, and we'll now go and lead down into turn 1 holes hook after coming out of the pits. But like I said, the 300s led by Mitch Robinson and Robin de Vos. 2nd place in that particular class at the moment will actually be Solomon and Van Niekerk, because they're also a 300 machine. And then the Raymond Alexander in 3rd position at the moment, that's still actually parked in the pits. That 11 front. Yeah. Now, not losing any places. But we'll keep you updated over there. I do see the number 11. I see a rider on that number 11 machine. And the rider will head for the exit fairly shortly as we are within the last half an hour. So we are past the half distance. 11 is leaving the pits, and there we go, accelerates out. and runs it down towards turn 1 at this time. So like I said, 22 laps has been completed here by our leader at the moment, the number 92, the Van Niekerk and Weaning bike, two mainstays on the circuit. So 89 now leaving the pits finally, of course, second position at the present moment, and now giving it horns out on the circuit on the outlap. And then, like I said, yes, so that's Wasserfall and Thomas. It's on the number 81 machine. 71 is the Robinson and De Vos bike, leading the 300 section. And then that will be ahead of the Solomon and Van Niekerk number 4 bike and the Hutchings machine. So Hutchings actually has, the Hutchings crew have come up into 3rd place in the 300 class. Raymond Alexander's machine number 11 is currently the 6th place man and 4th in the class. 71 is leaving, and that will be the Mitch Robinson and Robin De Vos bike that currently holds 3rd position at this time. Unfortunately, the 92 Van Niekerk and Weaning machine crosses the line now out of the pits, having completed 23 racing laps, as Elmer Mostert and Nigel Everts on that 400 comes across the line and into turn 1 once again here. Raymond Alexander will do likewise on that number 11 bike, as we still wait for the likes of Wasserfall and Thomas. Here comes the number 89 bike now, that black and green machine. And that will be across the line. They're 29.2 seconds between themselves and the leader at the moment. And then the De Vos and Robinson bike, like I said, 300 leaders. First 75, Michael Reifarth, Philip Rimmer sharing at number 5, that brightly coloured, lovely, colourful machine of theirs. The number 75 in 7th position at this time. Quite a bit ahead of Elmer Mostert and Nigel Everts. Got to chat to Nigel Everts not too long ago. Very nice chap. Very full of jokes and full of laughs, and enjoys his racing. He's getting faster all the time, and he's been doing a lot of work on the short circuit as well. But Elmer Mostert also holding it up at the moment for the girls, because we have 2 of our ladies no longer in the race. Solomon and Van Niekerk come across the line. They have taken 3rd place away now from Robinson and De Vos and bike number 71. The Hutchings have climbed back to 5th position at this time. And it looks like all the stops have been completed. So that's the main thing over here now. And the second stints of this bike race have commenced. So, from what we understand, looking into the pits area from our eye in the sky, is the 51 bike of Howden and Bosson being repaired at the moment. They've got 21.5 minutes left of this race, so hopefully for them to get a few more laps in before the checkered flag drops. And that will be something, in a race against time, as we can say. But yes, the leaders, or the leader at the moment, who's got 31.3 seconds on 2nd position, number 92, will come around to complete lap number 25 of this day, sponsored by Smile 90.4 FM, this Killarney Enduro Day. And this is the first of the bike enduro races. That is going to be the Van Niekerk and Weaning bike, leader into 1 now at the moment. And then we've got a few bike. Here's the Hutchings bike in 5th position, and Robinson and De Vos right in the same vicinity. Jessica Howden out of pit lane on bike number 51. She will get a stint in, which is brilliant news, after unfortunately Abigail Bosson earlier on put it down. But they have got their heads together and got that bike going out. They're going a bit slow though. Give her a bit of time, maybe. Let's hope she can get up to space over here. She goes into turn 2, Castro corner. Just making it through her outlap. Maybe just checking if the bike is okay. And I don't know how much further she'll make it, Frankie.
Well, the leader's going into turn number 5. That's the 92 bike, way down the road. When he crossed the line, he was 35.5 seconds ahead of the 89 bike that's in that second position. Remember, there was once upon a time that they were very close to each other, and the lead had chop and change. That was all within the first half an hour as he crosses the line and starts lap. Oh, and the quickest lap by him, 1:23.522 by the 92 bike. That's a Van Niekerk winning combination that's working its way out of turn number 1, out of holes, and racing down the Joubert straight towards a turn 2 into Quarry Corner. He is way down the road. Remember, it was 35.5 seconds that he was ahead of the 89 machine of Wasserfall and Thomas that is in that second position. So he's really winding up the wick as that 51 bike crosses the line, and right behind them is the second place man, and they all heading into turn number 1.
So how it all looks within this last 20 minutes of the first endurance race of the day. The leader of the Super Twin Cup 650s is the Van Niekerk and Wiening number 92 bike. Second place in class is the Keegan Wasserfall and Leighton Thomas machine. That's currently 39 seconds off and is a slow moving machine on the circuit at turn 2 in Castrol. Out of my view,
and he stops the bike. It's out of the camera's view, but he stopped the bike at the exit of a turn up, and another quickest lap by the 92 bike. It's making its way out of turn number 1, and that is a 1:22.897 by that 92 machine of Van Niekerk and Wiening.
I think it is Jessica Houghton that's unfortunately pulled off on the exit of turn 2. As you go into the kink, yellow flags will be waving in that section, Frankie, so no passing under yellow flags there, and that bike has stopped. Gary did of course notice earlier on that the was going very slowly, that number 51 bike, and I think maybe given up the ghost now, and they dropped the bike unfortunately there next to the wall, so they may have to just push it aside, lean it against the wall. That's the race run for bike number 51.
Yeah, that's all over for that ladies team, and they were in last position, because remember that the 78 bike of Intercott and Hendricks is out. They did 4 laps and then they retired, so they were in last position after having trouble when Bossen put that bike down in turn 5 in Fostron, and then got the bike back to the pit area, did a bit of work, went out, and it's all over for them on the outside exit turn 2 Castrol.
Well, as we speak, I just want to go back to our positions. As I said, 650s, number 92, 89, our top 2. Third place in class is the 7th place overall, the Michael Ryfar Philip Rimmer machine. That's the number 75 machine. And then Elmer Mostert and Nigel Everts is 4th place in class. So the 4 bikes left as far as the 650s are concerned. David Enticott and Wesley Hendricks out of the race earlier on. Then we have the Adrian Solomon and Slade Van Niekerk bike leading the 300 class at this time, ahead of the 71 of Robinson and DeVos. Second place in class, ahead of the Hutchings pair on bike number 72. 71, of course, for Robinson and DeVos. They've just gone through the line right now, and that will be 4th place in class, will be the Raymond Alexander bike. Unfortunately, we spoke earlier on about bike number 51 out of the race.
49.4 seconds by bike 92 on bike 89. That's just made its way out of turn number 1, heading towards Castrol Corner. So the gap is massive, nearly 50-second gap between P1 and P2. P2 busy working its way through Castrol. It's a huge lead that that 92 bike has got on the lead. As a matter of fact, the 92 bike is now making its way back into turn number 1, and another quickest lap there by the Van Niekerk winning combination of 122.585. And they are now winding up this week with 15 minutes on the clock to go. They are absolutely ripping this field apart, is the Van Niekerk winning combo, as they work their way around. They are absolutely setting this racetrack alight, Byron, when it comes to quickest lap times.
Quite a bit of overkill, if you ask me, Frankie. They've got a massive gap between themselves and the 89 bike, but this is all for good fun, I would think, as well. And you can't tie good men down. Van Niekerk and Weening possibly on that bike at the present moment after having completed 29 laps. Yeah, 89 in second position at the moment. Going to be crossing the line fairly shortly. That is the 89 bike coming across the line right now. 54 seconds between themselves and the 92 bike at the moment. Their last lap was a 27.2 compared to the 22.5 of the Van Niekerk winning machine. So they're going to the stratosphere here as far as times are concerned. All right, so here we go. Across the line will be Raymond Alexander. Commentated him a number of times on the short circuit, and he seems to be running that bike on his own today over here. So it's good to see that HSC bike going out there very strong in 6th position, having done a rider change with himself.
Right, so there is 13 minutes and 50 seconds still to go before we see the checkered flag. And let's just run through who's in P1 all the way down while Gary pans around. But it is at 92 bike of Van Niekerk and Weening that sits out there in P1, and they are overall first in the 650s. Second place is the 89 bike of Keegan Wasserfall and Leighton Thomas. They sit second overall and in class, and they are way over 50 seconds behind the 92 machine. Then Byron, third and first in the Power Sport 300s is the Adrian Solomon and Slade Van Niekerk machine, and they are leading the Super Sport 300s and third overall.
8 of them altogether left in this race, and yes, we have of course Mostert and Everts that will still be coming through on that number 94 bike as well. We've lost 2 of the initial starters, a number of entries pulled out as well. Here comes Mostert and Everts, and then Van Niekerk and Weening, having completed 31 laps here, come through, as we have Raymond Alexander doing exactly likewise across the line.
Yeah, then we've got the 75 bike, and these guys are now beginning to, they've done 27 laps. That's bike 75, that's Michael Rayforth and Philip Remmer. Then we've got that 94 bike that was once upon a time at the back of the field, and that 94 bike, that's Elmer Mostert and Nigel Everts. Nigel, of course, also a short circuit rider. And then the sad demise there of the 51 bike of Abigail Bossen and her teammate Jessica Howden. They did 17 laps in total, and that was the end of that. And then the biggest surprise was the 650, the 78 bike of Dave Entercott and Wesley Hendricks, so that after 4 laps they retired that bike, and they were the first of the retirements.
Yeah, and a sum total with that 4 laps of 6 minutes and 4 seconds about, so that's very little track time they've had over here today, but that's the nature of the beast, as we say, as we approach that final 10-minute stretch. And well, coming to the line is the right path machine as well. Actually, that's the number 92 coming across the line, having completed 32 laps, and 48 minutes and 37 seconds of racing time.
So, after all this, your overall leader, all on his own, is making his way into turn number 2 into Castrol Corner. That's that 92 bike, and he has done a quickest time of 122.585. That combination of Matthew Van Niekerk and Quinton Weening, they share that machine as they work their way into turn number 4 into Interceptor Corner. He is way down the road ahead of that second place man. It must be more than 55 seconds by now. They just wound up that bike and just decided after the pit stop they're just going to take off and disappear into the distance. They are oodles and oodles and oodles of ages down the road as that number 4 bike crosses the line, and that 4 bike is sitting in P3 and leading the 300 class. That's the Solomon van Niekerk, Ouden Solomon and Slade van Niekerk. Slade, who wrapped up the 600cc championship a couple of weeks ago. They worked their way out of turn number 1, and they are sitting first in class, and 4th overall Slade sharing the bike with its owner, and that is Ouden Solomon.
Yeah, just getting some more track time out there. Of course, Slade van Niekerk, a brilliant season from the young man, as you've said, Frankie. And while Solomon, don't take anything away from him, because he was the main man in the 300 section this year as well. So a very strong performer. The Mostert and Nigel Evert's bike comes across the line right now, and the last time around a 143.164 on that 400cc bike of theirs, a 134.662, excuse me. They're coming through, and Michael Ryfarth just ahead of them there, not just ahead of them, 43.8 seconds to be exact, but still holds 7th position at this time on that number 75 bike. We have now entered the last 10 minutes of this race. The leader has crossed the line to start the lap already, and we still wait, of course, for second place. Hutchings and Hutchings come across the line. They are currently the 3rd place in class. And then here comes our 3rd place pairing of Solomon and van Niekerk, as Wasserval and Thomas come across the line now. 128.428, their fastest lap, having completed those 33 laps. But just as we say that, we'll have the leaders coming around shortly.
And he makes his way into turn number 1, does that leader. And he has done 34 laps, including the lap that he's on. And that is the leader making his way out of turn number 1, out of holes, working his way towards a Castile corner, all on his own. The rider on board bike 92, that's the van Niekerk winning combo, and he can literally just roll off, because he's got 8 minutes to go before he sees the checkered flag. And way down the road of the 89 bike that's in 2nd position, namely Keegan Wasserval and Leighton Thomas.
Well, the fastest lap of his, Frankie, was a 122.585, a 124.708 the last time around. So more than 2.2 seconds of a lap, 2.3 seconds actually off of that best time at the moment. So they've crossed the line already. Wasserval and Thomas, they were approaching a minute the last time behind the leader. They've probably crossed that particular threshold, and yeah, now comes the Solomon and van Niekerk by still holding it true, holding it strong in the leader. Yeah, 2nd place goes into 1 right now, the 650. 2nd place, he's a full minute and 14 seconds behind van Niekerk and winning. He's actually going to be lapped fairly shortly by the looks of it in the next 7 minutes. Right into 2.
Right, there's the 4 bike on your screen, and right behind him is the 89 bike. So that's P2 chasing P3. Now remember that the rider on P2 is in a 650 as they make their way into Interceptor corner, and the rider that's in 3rd place, bike number 4, that's Solomon, they are on a Super Sport 300 machine. So the 3rd place man is going to be lapped by the 2nd place man pretty soon as they work their way out of the double right-handed turn 4, Byron, out of saddle sweep and onto the back straight.
I think, like you said there, Frankie, and then the 1st place man is going to lap the 2nd place man. It's going to just be lapping and lapping and lapping in the last 6 minutes of this hour-long enduro. Remember, the first of 2 hour-long enduros, and then we go to the 3 hour a little bit later on for the cars. But yes, into that last 6 minutes now. Van Niekerk, last time around a 123.903, a smidgen faster than the previous lap. Actually, not just a smidgen, about 0.8 of a second to be exact. The 4 comes across the line. Solomon Wasserval will just be off of him then. And here comes the leader now. The number 92 will come on. So they're all gonna eat each other.
Right, Byron, let's just sum this all up. Coming out of turn 1, heading towards Castral Corner, we've got the third place man that's been chased by the second place man, so he's going to be lapped as they go into Castral, and right behind them going into Castral is the overall leader. He's that 92 bike off Fanikak winning, so this is where the action is. With 5 minutes left on the clock, we watch them work their way through Interceptor Corner. So this is P2 that's going to be caught by P1 and P3 that's going to be caught by P2. If it sounds complicated, it isn't that much complicated as they make their way through turn 4, saddle sweep, the double right-hander.
Let's just say it this way, a shark is going to be eaten by a bigger shark and eaten by a bigger shark. So there we go.
Basically something by an orca or something to that effect, yes.
Well, they're going to be barreling down the straight now. There we go, right through does the number 89 bike on the outside of bike number 4, and he makes a clean pass. So he's put a lap there on the Adrian Solomon and Fanikak bike, and now the first thing that's going to happen now is that the number 92 will lap the number 4 bike for a third time, and then for the second time will catch the Wasserfeld Thomas bike when they cross the line now.
Do you realize as we watch this lot coming out of turn number 1 that if the 92 bike does get past the 89, that they would have lapped everybody. Everybody that 92 bike would have lapped through Castral Corner. They go, and that 4 bike that's going to be lapped is sitting third place overall, and he will get zapped now going into Interceptor Corner. Dip it to the right, and through goes the leader there on Solomon and Slade. But they won't really mind, Byron, because they're still third overall and they're still first in class.
Oh, that being said, Frankie, 75, the right path Rimmer bike in the pits at the moment at this very late stage in this race. 3.5 minutes left to go, and well, hopefully he'll be coming out. Looks like he is, though. The number 75 bike will be coming back out onto the circuit. That shouldn't affect their position at all, really. Although they have gone now to 8th position, so I think they have dropped a position.
So let's have a look at what's happening out there. Here he comes. Has he put the lap on the 89 bike? I think he has. He has done just that. So he has now lapped everybody. So as you see them going into turn number 1, never mind who's lapped who, that's first, second, and third overall making its way out of turn number 1. 92 from 89 from 4, even though the 92 machine has lapped everybody. That is, as you see them, first, second, and third heading into Castral.
2.5 minutes left to go. As we look down, you can see, of course, our man with the flag, the starter initially, Andre Greve, will be battling the wind out there, and he'll be bringing out a nice checkered sail for himself as they come around that last corner.
Must be careful, it could take him all the way from Cape to Rio, that sail.
Yeah, he's going to have to hold on and grow a pair of muscles there. But yes, we still are within this last 2 minutes. They should reach 40 laps completely over that, as the number 92 still leads the way, having lapped everybody in the field that's still running. And well, he's now basically, you could say, a whole full lap ahead of second place man. But nose to tail battle coming over here. I think that is the 94 and Raymond Alexander battling it out, because they're not on the same lap as each other, but they're just for good spirit of racing.
So the leader comes under the bridge, and then behind him comes that 4 bike, and he's going to be zapped. Will he be zapped into turn 1? No, he doesn't get lapped there by that 89 bike, but the leader has now done 39 laps, including the one that he's on. That is the 92 bike of Nikak and winning as they make their way into Castral Corner. And right there with him, even though he is 1 lap down, is that 89 bike of Keegan Wasserfall and Leighton Thomas. And then third and first in class, Odin Solomon and Slade van Niekerk with 55 seconds left on the clock.
I can see the checkered flag is being readied. An hour plus 1 lap. Yes. 1 minute to go, but we'll watch now for that checkered flag to come out shortly, as we are now into the last seconds of this motor race. Number 92, Van Niekerk and Weening lead the overall standings and the 650s. Solomon and Van Niekerk lead the 300 class. Only those two classes running in this endurance race. As the number 94 crosses the line, Mostert and Everts. The last lap, I think, 10 seconds to go.
The leader is making his way out of one. He just came around to start another lap. So that's at 92 bike that is in the lead. He's in this group of bikes that's making its way into Castrol Corner. So we should see this checkered flag come out pretty soon here. He's done 40 laps, including the one that he's on, making his way through Interceptor Corner. It was a dominating performance by the riders on bike 92. They were never going to catch those guys. That's the Suzuki SV650 of Matthew Van Niekerk and Quinton Weening. Down the back straight he goes. And is the flag ready? Yes, the checkered flag is out as the leader makes his way all on his own out of Pertamina Fostron.
One last time for the for Matthew Van Niekerk and Quinton Weening on that 650, and the flag is out, and number 92 takes the victory in the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup 650 300s. Our second place is 89, Keegan Wasserfall and Leighton Thomas in second place. So the Hutchings, of course, finish in 5th position. I'm just going to take them as they cross the line here. We're still waiting for Solomon Van Niekerk, who crosses the line right now in 3rd position, and the winner of the 300 class. And then the Robinson and De Vos bike would be 2nd in 300s.
Yeah, and they would be 5th overall, and they will be 2nd in class. That's bike 71. That is Mitch Robinson and Rob De Vos. As a matter of fact, Byron, yeah, the back markers have taken the flag ready with the 71 bike. Should still be on the lead lap, because more than one lap or more is the Hutching and Hutchings combination on that 72 bike, and they have taken the flag. Alexander has taken the flag on bike number 11. And here comes Mitch Robinson across the line now. And he will finish 5th overall on bike 71 with Rob De Vos. And 2nd, they will finish in the Super Sport 300 category.
Well, if you're just joining us, thank you for joining us here at Killarney or on our IMUSAT live stream. This is the Killarney Enduro Day in association with Smile 90.4 FM. And we're going to be having now the Superbike classic bikes and the breakfast run motorcycles for their 1 hour endurance race. Well, I can see a machine out there being shared by David Enticott and Wesley Hendricks. They were in the previous race, the hour-long enduro for the Super Twin Cup 650s and 300s. They are in this race now as well.
Right, so this is the second 1 hour enduro. There's this 19 bike that's standing up front here. That will be the Q and Slayman bike. And Johnny Towers will be sharing that bike with Q and Slayman. They're always, or they are the quickest out there. That's why they are standing in that pole position. But remember, we will do the Lamar start. That will make it very interesting indeed.
One thing there, Frankie. Let me put my mic on first. That's a good idea. And that's Q and Slayman, who's sharing with Johnny Towers on the brand new Honda CBR 1000 Fireblade. And that's, of course, always in that bright red and blue RST bike there. All right, there we go. So the new white bike, excuse me, I'm going by the original colors of the Q and Slayman bike. But there goes our riders now. It looks like the wind might have just died down a little bit. I don't want to speak too soon, but Tristan Pinot and
look at the bottom, it's written there. The bottom of your phone.
He's got Quinton Weening alongside him, Tristan Pinot on the R6 Yamaha. Ronald Slamet, it's another one as well, a man from Namibia, but is well and truly a proud South African for many years. The Slayman and Towers, of course, Q and Slayman, Johnny Towers from the UK, who's a multiple champion and winner. Slade and Matthew van Niekerk out there as well. And that's, of course, on the Kawasaki ZX-10. Trevor Westman, the killer, number 60, out there, and that's, of course, also on the ZX-10, the Smart and Adams bike, Orensan Bramdor, on 600s. So Pinot and Quinton Weening on the 600.
Here they go. Right, so they're on their way, they're running across the track, and away they go as the lights went off, and it's 1 hour enduro for the big bikes out there. That is the Superbikes, classic bikes, breakfast run bikes, all the big boys out there, and this is going to be some seriously quick lap times. And I can tell you this, that the 19 bike is up front. That is the Q and Slayman Johnny Towers outfit that sits out there in P1. You can't miss that big white number 19 machine that sits there in the lead through the kink. They race towards the Interceptor corner, and they're building up a sizable lead already as they make their way out of Interceptor, racing up the hill, Byron, towards a turn 4 saddle sweep.
Yep, down the Tigerberg straight, through that double apex right-hander, the sweep right onto the straight, then they'll then run a slightly curved straight, and look at the gap, like you've said already, Frankie. That start was a mighty, mighty start. They will enter the Pertamina Fastron turn 5 for the first time in this particular race, as we are in the first 2 minutes, of course, of this 60-minute race. Across the line, we then run. That's the Snyman and Towers bike. Then the Van Niekerks will follow suit in bike number 92. The 68, of course, of the Ronald Slammert machine in third position. Rob Craig and Gerrit Frey in fourth position. And then the Anti-Cotton Hendricks machine will be fifth. Westman in sixth. Pinon and Wiening in seventh position. Otto and Lineker in eighth. And then Smart and Adams and Arendse and Bramdor will round off that top 10. So 10 starting like we had in the previous endurance race.
Right, so into turn 3, Interceptor corner. The leaders come. It's a whole lot of bikes that's filtering through turn number 3. Out of Interceptor, the leader already working his way through. Sidle sweep, that double right-hander. He's been chased down there by about 7-8 bikes as they work their way down the back main. He's absolutely lighting up this track. Second position is Slade and Matthew van Niekerk. Down the back main they go. Remember that these guys raced the earlier race and now on two separate machines, and now they're on the same bike in that second position.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find out what the machine is, because it doesn't say it on the actual list here, but they are in the race. That's the main thing, as Anti-Cot is now down in sixth position. The 78 bike with Wesley Hendricks and Rob Craig up in fourth position. Trevor Westman into fifth position. They're very close there at the front to each other. The first flyer came around now, a 1:13.074 for the Q and Snyman, Johnny Towers, number 19 Fireblade.
But making their way out of turn number 2, there's about 5 bikes that is fighting it up with 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, and they are working their way into Interceptor now. That is the 68 bike of Slammert. Then the Rob Craig bike that's right in there behind him, followed by Trevor Westman, Dave Intercott and Wesley Hendricks also in that fight. That's a group of bikes that's working its way down the back straight on your screen. You'll see them come into view now as the leader, all on his own, works his way out of Fastron corner, and that's at 19 bike of Snyman and Towers.
Yeah, not only the overall leader, but the Superbike class leader, and was leading by 4.1 seconds over the Van Niekerks. That would have grown now slightly. When they cross the line, you'll see the gap between them, 6.5 seconds, and a 1:12.672 for that number 19 machine as they cross the line. Trevor Westman is not only third overall, but second in class. Ronald Slammert third in class, fourth overall. Looking at how the 600s are sitting at the moment, the leading 600 is the Van Niekerks, and then second in class will be Pinar, and there as well with Zante, Otto and Lineker.
We have a look at our time devices here. We can see that Westman's gone up a position, Slammer's dropped a position, and so was a 16 bike of Craig and Frey. They have dropped positions as well as we watch this group of bikes working its way out of a turn 3 Interceptor.
Oh, some good jostling down the field. I speak under correction, but I think that might be the Pinar Zante Otto machines, 50 and 93, going wheel to wheel with each other, you could say, over there in a way, or going elbow to elbow rather. Down the straight they will all run. They're still very much in close proximity to each other. The last time around, a 1:12 that has been completed now and improved by Q and Snyman and Johnny Towers. A 1:12.483, the fastest lap of the race. Then the gaggle of bikes. We already have the Van Niekerks that have come through. Westman, Slammert, then the Craig has come up to fourth position, Slammert into fifth position. Then it's the Anti-Cotton Hendricks and the Pinar and Winton Wiening bikes.
Yeah, that last bike in that group that's making its way out of turn number 1, that is the 5-0 bike of Tristan Pinar, and his teammate there is Quinton Wiening. That is that last bike that's making its way through. You can see it's got that yellow and blue, and he's trying to look around the outside and gets pinched right there through that kink, and there was not a damn thing he can do. That's 4, 5, 6 and 7 you see there on your screen making their way there. They come into view. coming up the hill now and into Saddle Sweep. 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
Oh, true elbows out racing here in this very early stage of an endurance race. They go into the straight now, Frankie, and I think that yellow machine of Pinar might have just squeezed through past Inticott.
So the leader heading into turn number 1, but we'll stay with that fight there because that 19 bike with a 112.422 is the fastest machine out there with Van Niekerk in second. That is Slade, Van Niekerk, Matthew Van Niekerk, and then Trevor Westman all on his own in that third, and then 4, 5, 6 and 7th positions storming down into turn number 1. Westman is in third. That is Craig and Frey, Intercott and Hendricks, and Pinar and Weaning 4, 5, 6 and 7 heading into turn 2.
And look at there, Ronald Slammer just holding on to the group there. But now we go back to the leaders at the moment. The number 19, Snyman and Towers on the Honda CBR 1000 leads the way at this time. 12 seconds between themselves and the Van Niekerk crew, the number 92 bike, and that goes down the back straight. Remember, that is a 600 machine, a 650.
And it just put a lap there on the 33 bike of Wayne Arendse and Bramdor that is on that 33 bike. But that battle for 4, 5, 6 and 7 is making its way into turn number 5. Fostron corner. We should see them come into view now. Here they come, an interview. These guys are crowding each other. We've only done 7 minutes and 45 seconds of this. And remember, there's still a compulsory pit stop as well as we watch these guys race into turn number 1. And that is Craig and Frey, Intercott and Hendricks, Slamet, and then the 5-0 bike of Tristan Pinar in there, and Quinton Weaning.
Just want to speak under correction here, Frankie. I see Slade Van Niekerk, Matthew Van Niekerk are both on the ZX10, and they're currently under the 650 or 600 class at the moment, which I think might be a slight error because that is a 1000cc bike that they are on the ZX10, so they will still be in that section, so meaning that the Tristan Pinar machine, the number 50 machine, that's the one he shares with Quinton Weaning, currently is the leader of the 600 class at the moment, ahead of Zante Otto and Jason Lineker. And then we have Wayne Arendse and Brandon Bramdor in that third positioning class.
The leader making his way out of turn number 1 all on his own there, and he is far down the road, 112.422, and that is the leader sitting out there in P1.
Well, almost the first full 10 minutes of this hour-long enduro have been completed. We're into the last minute of that 10 minutes, and look at how close we have some great battles over here and into an enduro that is 3rd and 4th. Trevor Westman and David Enticott battling it out with each other, I would think. Might be under correction over here. I'm just looking at the gaps and times here. We have Enticott number 78 and Rob Craig on that number 16 bike that are actually very close to each other at the moment. He shares that with Gerrit Frey. I think that might be the battle we were just witnessing there. It was 0.4 of a second, Frankie, when they crossed the line the last time out.
I'm wondering about this group of bikes that's heading into turn 4 now. That is the fight that we've got to watch. Coming out of turn 4, they are going hell for leather down the back straight. And here comes Pinar, Tristan Pinar. Oh, that's actually, yeah, it's a few of them, and they're putting a lap on the 33 there. They're catching the Arendse bike, and man, are they obliterating each other as they race down into turn number 5. And the Arendse bike has to keep right out the way there. He shares a bike with Bramdor as he gets brutally attacked coming out of turn 5 under the City of Cape Town Bridge and into turn 1.
Well, Arendse and Bramdor second last in this race at the moment at 28.396 the last time out. Their last lap compared to the 112s, 115s and 117s being done up the field. But a 112.262 by the number 19 machine. That is the fastest lap at the moment, as we are now with 49 minutes left to go. They've got a 20.6 second gap between themselves and the number 92 ZX10. Then it's Trevor Westman. That's still in the vicinity over there as well, which is actually a very interesting one.
So going into turn number 1, all on his own. That is a Q1 Snyman. Hasn't bettered the 1:12.262. So we wait for that fight for second and third. That's working its way out of turn number 5. And that is Slade and Matthew van Niekerk. And look who's with them, Trevor Westman. As they cross that line, virtually side by side. Westman's in second. Westman is in second position, 7/100ths of a second as they cross that start-finish line. And there they head out of 1, making their way towards turn 2, and they're virtually side by side. And here comes this group of motorcycles that's fighting it for that midfield positions.
Just looking at Westman and the Van Niekerks, 0.2 of a second faster on that last lap. That Westman was a 1:15.6 to the 1:15.8 of the Van Niekerks in that second position. But look behind them, as Frankie's been pointing out, and Gary's also been getting very excited to see this as well, is all this whole gaggle of bikes. We have the Craig Frey bike, we have Ronald Slammert, we have Antti Cotton Hendricks in there, and we have the Otto Lineker machine, the number 93 machine, as Snyman and Towers, number 19, crosses the line to complete lap 10.
And as they go into turn number 1, second and third is heading into turn number 5, into Fostron corner. That is Trevor Westman, and he's going to do this hour on his own. And then Slade and Matthew van Niekerk, they will share that bike, and it's still Westman that's in that second position. Yes, it is. Trevor still sitting out there in P2, and he's been mugged there by that 92 bike as they work their way out of turn number 1. But here we go, Byron. This is that mid-pack, and it's the 50 bike. That's going to be in there. That is the Pina winning combination as they work their way out of turn number 1.
Slammert just got past that number 50 bike on the number 68 bike there, Frankie. So they go onto the Joubert straight now.
And there was 2/100ths of a second between them. That's why they were literally nose to tail when they crossed that line.
Well, the number 50 bike's on the outside of the 68 of Slammert. Slammert will come out into the kink over there, out of Castrol, towards turn 3 now. He'll try on the outside again, Frankie, will that bright yellow canary bike, and try it on the outside, but he's not going to make it work there.
We've got to stay with this fight that's going into turn number 4 right now, and that is going to be magic stuff between 68 and 50. Down the back main they go, and the 50 bike is ahead there as they go down the back straight. That is the 50 bike. That's a combination of a Pina and winning as they go into turn number 5. And as we watch them that fight for second and third, oh, somebody's gone wide. Somebody's gone very wide there in turn 5. I don't know if they would just go pan past, going very, very slow. And he's making his way into the pit area. So where's Tiny disappeared to now?
Well, just looking at as they come now, we'll pick up for you who that is. But coming across the line, Zante Otto and Jason Lineker, that number 93 red and blue machine. All right, it's the Yamaha of Quinton Weening and Tristan Pienaar, the bright yellow machine that has come into the pits. So they went wide, Frankie, as you saw, and had to come into pit lane. There's a lot of activity around the bike, and we'll see now if they're what's going on over there. Frankie's got the binoculars on. We'll try and get and see what's going on. But we, of course, have some riders coming into that Pertamina Fastron turn 5 section. We wait for the Van Niekerks, Westman, Slammert, trying to eat into Westman, the 2 single rider bikes. Crossing the line as we do now. Slade van Niekerk, Trevor Westman still hanging in there as well. 0.4 of a second. Trevor Westman is off on that Kawasaki ZX10. And it's 2 Kawasaki ZX10s, of course, Slade and Matthew van Niekerk. Well, watch them as they come through. Here comes Slammert now. Slammert comes across the line. He's got 16.1 seconds ahead of him. He gets the Westman bike. Antti Cotton Hendricks. They come across the line now, 5th position on bike number 78. Then it is the Zante Otto Lineker machine. They are on the 600s, of course. The 600s that the leader is at the present moment. Zante Otto Lineker. Pienaar will slip down into second. He's still sitting in the pits at the present moment. That yellow Yamaha, and is not going anywhere for the foreseeable future.
Byron, I've been watching through the binoculars. There's not much activity happening around that machine. So we'll see if it does come out again. I'm not sure what's happening. I can't really see properly where they are positioned. If you look through the binoculars, you've got this big structure in front of you. So it's difficult to make out exactly what they are doing. As we watch the 92 and the 60 bike going into turn number 1. That's fight for second and third position. And it's in the hands there of Slade and Matthew van Niekerk from Trevor Westman, as they head down the Jabert Straight towards Castrol Corner, still fighting it out there for second and third spot.
So 13 laps having been completed in this race by our leader so far. I see the Zante Otto Jason Lineker bike coming across the line, the leader of the 600 class, 7th overall on that number 93 bike. But the leader comes across the line now overall. That's the Superbike class as well, having completed 14 laps and a last lap of 1:13.320. Much more modest than the 1:12.262 of Snyman and Towers on that number 19 Fireblade.
Well, we expect a dominating performance by the number 19 bike, as we still wait for second and third to cross the line. It shows you how far down the road he is as we watch him work his way around. And here comes this fight for second and third, and they've got a back marker that just stays right out the way there, and that is a 92 bike ahead of the 60 bike. Then we should have the 68 bike heading towards us, and that will be the Red Baron, Ronald Slamet, and he's indeed Ronald all on his own. And then the 78 and the 16 bikes, they cross the line now and head into turn number 1. That's Entikot Hendrikse, Craig and Frey.
Well, looking at as they cross the line, Frankie, the Van Niekerk 92 bike and the 60 Westman bike, there was a 1/10 of a second between the two of them. A 1/10 of a second. Looking at the times between them, a 15:1 for Westman, a 59 on that last lap for Slade and Matthew Van Niekerk. A much slower lap, 8/10 between them on that last lap.
Well, something must be wrong with that 50 bike. It's still standing in the pits. It's dropped down to stone last on the leaderboard. And there was not much activity happening, and still not much or too much happening around that 50 bike.
That means of the 11 bikes that started this race, 10 are left. Wayne Gress and Niku Venter also came into this race. They are currently in 9th position ahead of Arnser and Bramdor. Remember, those two are third place runners.
Somebody should come into the pits now. We'll get Tiny to identify who has come into the pit area.
Sorry, we're just struggling to get a number over here because of the positioning. Slamet is going into one right now, and he's 18.9 seconds. 78 and 16 come across the line. There's another machine in the pits as well. 99, Gress and Venter.
Yep. They are second last on track. That 99 bike of Wayne Gresser and Venter.
23, it's Nashim Smart and Zahir Adams. Two bikes, of course. Now the 99 is going to be coming out back onto the circuit again.
Yeah, it is a 99.
Yep, Wayne Gress and Niku Venter. That, of course, will be the 9th place 99 machine, which is the Yamaha R1. Snyman and Towers have crossed the line already, having completed 16 laps. 92 crosses the line. Look how close Trevor Westman still is, 9/10 of a second.
Yeah, they're coming out of turn number 1 now. That's a 92 and the 60 bike that is heading out of turn number 1. And there was 9/10 of a second between them as they exited turn number 1. And they work their way now towards a turn 2. Through Castle Corner they go, And that is a pretty close dice. It's about the only really close dice that we've got on the track at this stage is that 92 bike and the 6-0.
23 did leave the pits now. That's the Smart and Adams machine, the first of the genuine stoppers. And then we'll have a flurry of them coming in shortly as well after these 17, almost 18 laps and under 40 minutes left to go. I see now onto the back straight. We have some good battles going on. Is that the Van Niekerk and Westman section? 92 versus number 60, 9/10 of a second the last time out, Frankie. It was as close as a 10th of a second the previous lap or two around.
When they crossed the line, there was 9/10 of a second. Now they're going to pick up a couple of back markers, and this should be interesting as they cross the line and work their way into turn number 1. Slammerty's not too far behind. As a matter of fact, he's making his way all on his own out of turn number 5, out of Fostron, as we stick with this combination of bike 92 and 6-0.
It took 6/10 of a second out of the Van Niekerks, did Trevor Westman. Frankie, it's now 4/10 of a second between them. A 1:49 for Westman, a 1:15.5 for Slade. All right, so now going into that first turn now. It's 16. And well, going into the.
According to this, they're on a 600.
Yeah, but according to that, they're on the 600. Well, sorry there, folks. Just searching where we are over here. Of course, 37 and a half minutes left to go in this race. And Snyman and Towers, they've crossed the line. Slade Van Niekerk and Matthew Van Niekerk and Trevor Westman having a lovely little battle between each other. Ronald Slammert up in that top 4 as well. However, about 22.4 seconds off of that third place man. Westman comes across the line with Slade.
Never mind. This is wrong. They're not at a 650.
I know that.
So that's wrong.
Well, Snyman and Towers, this bike, the number 19, the Fireblade, goes across the line now, as does Craig and Frey. Craig and Frey actually having a nice battle there with Enticott and Wesley Hendricks, the number 16 bike and the number 78 bike, going now onto that short Joubert straight towards the turn 2 section. They'll blast it down that Joubert straight before they get to turn 2 then. They might be coming up there. Is that number 23 biker? I think are just coming up behind as well, which will be the Nashif Smart and Adams bike coming into turn 3 right about now. Yeah, it's a bit ahead of them though. A bit of a jostle going on. Down the straight they'll then run as we head towards half distance in this Superbike endurance race. Second and third going into turn 1 now. That is the 2 ZX10s of the Van Niekerks and Trevor Westman, 92 versus number 60. So they'll be coming around. Look at this lovely battle between them. It's a 10th of a second as they cross the line as well. They are nose to tail with each other. They'll come into turn 3 now. They'll get onto that Tigerberg straight. And then just as they go through that turn 4, the double apex right-hander at saddle sweep, open it out onto the back straight. Look at them come around here. Hopefully the photographers are getting some great shots here of these two machines. Onto the back straight they go. In the slipstream, it will be Trevor the Killer Westman. Is he going in for the kill? We'll have to see now as he goes right down towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron.
Well, they are side by side as they work their way out of Fostron corner. Man, these guys with 34 minutes still left on the clock. They are giving it all they can under the bridge. As one under the bridge, and it's still the 92 bike that is 0.08 of a second ahead of Westman as they make their way into turn number 1. That could chop and change. Man, they've got 34.5 minutes left to go before they see the checkered flag. And these guys are racing an hour enduro as if it was a 10-lap sprint race.
Yeah, the all Kawasaki battle it is between the two of them, and some real talent here. Some from a bit more yesterday, some from all current, but the leader comes across, behind a back marker there for the Snyman Towers bike into turn 1, and there will be a back marker being run now, because I think the Rob Craig and Gerard Frey bike might have just been taken as well. I see that they've lost out because they were a little bit further up. David Enticott and Wesley Hendricks's number 78 machine sits up in the top 5, 5th position.
Second, third, into 5.
But 21 laps having been completed by Snyman and Towers' number 19 machine. Here comes our second and third place battle. Remember, 0.08 of a second between the two of them the last time they crossed the line. This time they crossed the line. Trevor Westman is ahead by 0.2 of a second.
And Byron, as we so speak, that 5-0 bike of Pina and Weening are still there in the pit area, and they did so well initially. And that is a game, set, a match. Ask Tiny to put the binoculars on them. I don't think there's anything happening around that 5-0 bike anymore, as the leader makes his way into turn number 1, and his last lap was a 1:13.784.
Oh, look at this trio of bikes as well, Frankie, that's having a lovely time. Yeah, second and third passing a back mark. My apologies. It just shows you that a lot of lapping gets done in an endurance race. Sometimes it is a bit difficult to find out who's where, especially in the bike race, but we do know that it is Trevor Westman and it is Slade van Niekerk. The last time around 0.2 of a second between them. He's still keeping him in close proximity. Is that number 92 machine. Slamet a further 27.5 seconds back and 16 seconds in turn ahead of that David Enticott and Wesley Hendricks bike.
And I'll tell you that Trevor has now opened up a bit more of a gap on him at 0.6 of a second that Westman has got on Van Niekerk as they exit turn number 1 with a back marker following suit. We're waiting now for the man that sits in P4. That is a 68 bike of Ronald Slamet. He should be crossing the line shortly. Here comes the leader through once again. Can you believe it, as he goes into turn number 1? And crossing the line now is the man in P4, Ronald Slamet. And let me tell you this for nothing, that the leader has lapped everybody up and until P4.
Yeah, lapping confidently half a second off of his best time at this time. 1:12.742 compared to the 1:12.2 that was recorded earlier on.
Yeah, so we have a look, see that fight for second and third still raging down there into turn 5, into Pertamina Fostron. And it's still Westman ahead of Slade and Matthew van Niekerk. Trevor's still ahead of him. Trevor's got that big bright light that's shining on the front of that machine of his. So Westman still sits there in that second position, and he has 3.327 ahead there of Slade and Matthew van Niekerk as we watch them exit turn 1 out of holes.
Well, Tiny has noticed that a number of boards are being hung out over the pit wall, and we might be getting some stops fairly shortly as well, Frankie. Meanwhile, that being said, Snyman and Towers' number 19 bike comes through to complete lap 24, and a bike has come in.
Right, somebody has come into the pit area. We'll have a look-see. We're just waiting for Tiny to give us confirmation as to who has gone in. That might be Slamet. Yes, it is Slamet. The 68 bike, the Red Baron, dropping down the leaderboard, but that's because he is in the pit area.
Oh, he gets up, gets a stretch, and then swaps around with himself, and he gets back on the bike.
Yeah, put some fuel in it. Another motorcycle that's making its way in.
Somebody going very wide.
That is the 93 bike. That's Zonte Otto and Jason Lineker.
The leader of the 600 class.
Oh, Westman is coming in. Westman is coming in. That's the only guy with a big bright light on that machine. That should be the 6-0 bike of Trevor Westman. It is the 6-0 bike of Trevor Westman, and he was in 3rd position.
Yeah, there was very close between himself and the Van Niekerk duo on bike number 92. 0.3 of a second 2 laps ago. Leader going into one now, but that means that the Van Niekerks will take away that 2nd place now from them. But remember, they have yet to stop.
Well, yes, that 19 bike must still come in. Kieran Snyman, I can tell you, is on board that machine. He's a man with the black and pink leathers, and he will then hand over to Johnny Towers. Now you can ask yourself the question, why is Johnny Towers riding that bike with him now? Because you will see Johnny Towers at the 8 hour next year. The rider just came past us now, had his hand up, and to show his crew that he will come in at the end of this lap.
Horace in on that machine, the 33 bike, shares that with Brandon Bramdor, and of course Wayne Horace, that's a Yamaha R1 that they are on.
Well, sadly, the demise of the 5-0 bike of Pienaar and Weening.
Another one in, Frankie. We'll pick up a number for you fairly shortly. It's difficult with the sunshine on the bike's number. And, yeah, well, you'll stop there. 92, and that, of course, is the Slade Van Niekerk, Matthew Van Niekerk bike, a lap off the Trevor Westman.
Yes, so hopefully we will see that fight between them continue. Trevor has dropped all the way down to P4, that I can tell you, on the leaderboard, as a 92 bike came in 1 lap adrift.
Yeah, Trevor's riding by himself, remember, so only fill it up with fuel and then get out of that section. But the Van Niekerk and Matthew Van Niekerk, Slade and Matthew, I should rather say, they are stationary at the moment. David Enticott on the move on that number 78 bike in 3rd position at the moment. Rob Craig and Gerrit Frey on bike number 16 crossing the line now. As I said, David Enticott and Wesley Hendricks, they do likewise. And well, still 10 bikes left in this race of the 11 that started, as we are now within the last half an hour, so past half distance.
As the leader goes into turn number 5 all on his own, that's the 19 bike of Snyman and Towers. When will he hit the pit lane? Surely there's 27. No, he's going to continue. There's 27 minutes left on the clock as he heads into turn 1. Still the quickest man out there with a 1:12.262 bike number 19, Q1 Snyman. At 78 will be in 2nd position. Still waiting for him to come through, and that will be Enticott and Hendricks as we follow the leader out of Castell Corner.
Looks like Zante Otto's machine coming out of the pits, Frankie, with shared with Jason Lineker, which I think Jason would be on the bike. That will be a 5th place machine now out of the pits, number 93.
Going into turn 1 now is a 23 bike of Nassim Smart and Adams on bike number 23.
Westman has come out of the pits. And Roald Slammert as well. So the 2 single rider machines out of the pits, and 4th and 7th respectively.
Yeah, and that's the 2 bikes you see coming out of turn number 1 there. That bright light, you can't miss that one. If you don't see the 6-0, look out for that big headlight. That is the 60 bike of Trevor Westman, currently finding himself there in that 4th position. So we'll watch them as they work their way through Interceptor Corner. Trevor Westman trying to get away from the Red Baron. And a lot of slower riders that you see just ahead of them on the exit of turn 4 saddle sweep.
Now 25 minutes left to go, almost now, with 20 seconds off of that, and 27 laps having been completed by the number 19 Honda, the brand new Honda in white. And 2nd at the moment, David Enticott, Wesley Hendricks having climbed their way back up on that number 78 machine, and the Van Niekerk 92.
Leaders in the pits. I just picked up that white bar machine in the pit area. You might see him on your screen, but the leader, bike number 19, is in the pits. That's Koen Snyman, and he will hand over that machine to Johnny Towers.
Yep, Johnny Towers, who will be, like Frankie said, in next week's weekend's 8-hour race. Many of these riders will be in the 8-hour race. We will have 3 or even 4 riders per machine, some of them. But first things first, it's still the last half an hour of this particular endurance race.
As we watch Trevor Westman make his way through turn number 3, remember he'll be chased there. The leaderboard shows bike number 16 of Craig and Frey, but they are way behind him. So Trevor Westman sitting there in that fourth position, and it's a lonely P4 for Trevor Westman as he races down the back main. As I keep an eye on Trevor, or watch Trevor on the monitor, keep an eye on the pit area as well to see when that 19 bike is going to come out. He's still classified as the leader, might not be there for long if you can't get that bike out shortly. And still shown there as a P1, but the 92 and 60 bikes are coming out at turn number 1, and that is the Van Niekerk combination and Trevor Westman.
99 in again, that's the Wayne Gress Niku Venter bike. And remember, they did pull in earlier on. So we have, of course, 3 seconds between the second place Slade Van Niekerk and Matthew Van Niekerk, with Trevor Westman in the 3rd position at this time. 78 in.
That's Intercott and Hendricks. They're making their way into the pit area.
Yeah, they were second temporarily, but had to stop still, and that means that Slade Van Niekerk, Matthew Van Niekerk on bike number 92, and Trevor Westman move places up 2nd and 3rd position as they do. The Anticot will be stationary now, handing over to Wesley Hendricks. Ronald Slammert in 5th position on bike number 68, ahead of Rob Craig by 19 seconds in that 6th position. And then Zante Otto and Jason Lineker on bike number 93, still in that 7th position, the leader of the 600 class.
Right, so Westman comes through. Westman comes through.
78 leaves the pits there, Frankie. Sorry, 78 leaving the pits.
That's the Intercot Hendricks combination that has left the pits after their routine pit stop with 22 minutes left on the clock.
And of course the 99 will be still stationary at the moment, as the Wayne Gress Niku Venter machine, as I said, that's of course a Yamaha R1 there. They will still be running it in this particular race. Wayne Aronson, Brandon Bramdell, the Honda CBR 600 that they are on. I actually made an error earlier on, but that 10th position, number 33 bike, still running quite strongly and 2nd in class at the moment.
Right, the 19 bike is on a move, and it makes its way out of pit, and that's Johnny Towers on that bike. Well, if he had stayed in that pits a little bit longer, he would have lost the lead to Trevor Westman. They are out. They are in P1, working their way out of turn 1, so nothing lost there for bike number 19 of Snyman and Towers, as they exit turn 1 and work their way towards Castrol Corner. And as they do so, Trevor Westman is making his way into turn number 1.
So it's all about this last phase, Frankie, as Snyman and Towers, number 19 machine, has 20 seconds, 20.4 exact, over Trevor Westman at this time. 6.1 seconds to him ahead of the Van Niekerk duo on bike number 92. Ronald Slammert poking his nose up into the top 4 now on bike number 68, and rounding off the top 5, Rob Craig had a fray on bike number 16. Always a good dark horse, always some great veterans.
Right, so we're going to keep an eye on this lot, because the leader is heading into turn number 5 into Fostron Corner, and only 20 seconds behind him is Trevor Westman. So that's going to be interesting stuff, because here the leader comes towards us under the Castrol Bridge and working his way into turn number 1 into holes. Trevor Westman will be making his way, Byron, out of turn 5. Here he comes. Here he comes, and Westman is in that second place. I want to see what the gap is. It was 20, it's now 15. 15.533. So Westman has made up 5 seconds there on that 19 machine.
That's magnificent. That's astronomical, if you ask me. And let me say one thing. Watch out for that man with the headlamp that is burning at the moment. Or you could say the shining of the sun, I should rather say, off of the fairing. And, well, here he comes around now. And the number 60, Trevor, the Killer Westman. We all thought it was actually a light. It's actually the sun. Is it a light? Okay, my apologies. Down the back is the leader then. Snyman and Towers, as we're saying, 15.5 seconds between himself and Trevor the Killer Westman.
Now that isn't the sun reflect, that's a big front light of that number 60 bike that you saw around this track. And there he goes, down the back main. He is heading towards turn number 5. Foster as a leader comes towards us under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Now, it was 20 point some odd. It was 15.5. It may be, it won't take 5 seconds out of him again. I cannot believe it. Here comes Trevor to the line. Trevor comes to the line, and it is 14.1. So he has taken a few seconds out there of Kevin Snyman with 18 minutes and 25 seconds left.
Yeah, it took about a second point 4 out of the number 19 bike, a 15.5 compared to a 16.9. So it's about 1.3 seconds.
So we're waiting for that 92 bike to come towards us. He is in that third spot. Yes, I know, I don't see him. I'm looking at it. How do I call it? Lost it as well.
All right, so Slade, Matthew van Dijk making their way through some back markers over here. Third position at this time. And on the ZX10, a last lap of 1:29.59 after having completed 30 racing laps and 41 minutes and 40 seconds of racing time, as the leaders come across the line once more.
Right, there's a leader making his way into turn number 1. That is Kevin Snyman, and here coming towards us. We'll pick him up now. Is that man in second place? 13.5. Westman is clawing and crawling into the lead of the 19 machine of Snyman and Towers.
Yeah, right through that first turn, then onto the Joubert Straight. And looking here now into that. All right, so Westman coming through.
Into turn number 1, there's a lovely fight. That's a 92 and the 68 bike coming out of turn number 1. That's a fight for P3 and 4. That's Slade and Matthew van Niekerk and Ronald Slamet. They are going one-on-one as they hit the brakes going into Castrol Corner. So that is the last fight for the podium positions heading out of Castrol Corner as we wait for the leader to come towards us once again. But we mustn't forget about that one. And there was a change of position there going through Interceptor as the leader crosses the start-finish line now and heads into turn number 1.
Yeah, as we head for about a quarter of an hour left in this race, 16 minutes to be exact now, only a minute to go until the 15-minute mark that goes left in this race. And it looks like Orange Bramdor come through. Westman comes into turn 1 now and will go his way through there. And then behind him, 12.3 seconds now, Frankie just pointed out. So he's eaten more into that gap, a 1:16.311 compared to the 1:17.5.
Right, you're coming towards us now. That fight for P3 and 4. That's a 92 and a 68 bike. Slade and Matthew van Niekerk, Ronald Slamet, as they work their way through turn number 1. Man, that's going to be a good one. Will the 92 bike beat the 68, or will it be the other way around? We'll have a look and see as they make their way into Castrol Corner.
Right through there, they'll then run, but we all have our eyes on Trevor Westman. He's 8 leaps and bounds into that lead of the number 19 machine, and 12.3. What will it be next time around? Leader comes across the line. We'll find out shortly what it will be. The leader comes across the line with a 16.2 as his lap at the moment. Westman comes now, Frankie. We'll see what he does.
Right, let's have a look and see if Trevor Westman crosses the line now. And it is 11.8. The difference is now 11.8. So lap after lap, he's clawing into that lead there of the 19 bike. As we wait for this dice to make its way through turn number 5 out of Fostron. That's a dice between the 92 and the 60 bike. Van Niekerk, and then Ronald Slamet.
Yeah, it was a 15.7 compared to a 16.2. Half a second on the last lap, but he is running out of time, Frankie. 14 minutes left to go in this bike race. Snyman having completed 33 laps now. Lap 34 commences.
And in between that fight that you saw between 92 and 68, the 16 bike was ahead of them, but he is one lap down. As a matter of fact, that 16 bike is on the same lap as Slamet, Van Niekerk, and Van Niekerk is a lap ahead of them, even though they are nose to tail on the circuit. So it's still a fight for third on track, but not on the leaderboard, because the 92 bike is one lap ahead of the 68 bike. But it is a fight on track.
A 1 minute 16.9 for the leader coming through. Trevor Westman, a 1:16.8, a tenth of a second faster. He's going to have to take much more out on the laps that are subsequent to this one. I'll tell you that much. Traffic is involved there, as Tiny has mentioned over here. That's going to cause a major factor. That could win or lose a race here for either of them.
Well, we were saying earlier on, it's a fight for position. It is a fight for position on track between these two guys, but not when it comes to the leaderboard and where you finish, because the 60 bike, as a matter of fact, yes, the 92 bike is a lap ahead of the 68 bike.
Watching out for where the leader should be. Watch out for that white Fireblade 1000cc Honda motorcycle. That is the number 19, of course, by young Kewan Snyman and the experienced Johnny Towers. Main straight it is now. Lots of back markers coming around. A 1:16.5 for the Snyman Towers number 19 entry. We wait now for Trevor Westman's ZX10. It looks closer, Frankie. Say it's going to be 11.7 now. That is the gap.
The leader's making his way into turn number 2 already, and that is Snyman and Towers. So right there on his own is the 19 bike. Westman 11.7, so I think that's more or less where it's going to stop. I don't think he's going to get any closer to that 19 machine with nearly 11 minutes left on the clock.
Well, the last 2 consecutive laps, Frankie, it was a tenth of a second that he was quicker. He's going to have to do much more than that, but I don't think he has much more. And there's nothing against Trevor Westman. It doesn't say anything about his talent. I think it's just too steep a hill to climb.
Yeah, it is, but Trevor will never say die, that's for sure, as we know with Trevor Westman. It's one of the slower, that's the 93 bikers going into turn 1, Zante Otto and Jason Lineker, and the leader coming past us once again, heading into turn number 1, all on his lonesome. That is Johnny Towers, that is aboard that machine, heading out of 1. Trevor Westman just crossed it. Oh, he's made a big indent there. 10.9. Westman coming out of turn number 1. Trevor Westman, so he is getting closer and closer. Right, let's sum this all up. Trevor Westman is heading towards turn number 2. And as we stay with him, Byron, I want to have a look and see out the window exactly where that leader is, because Westman is on his case.
Yeah, 8 tenths of a second he took out of the number 19 bike the last time around. A 1:16.1 compared to a 1:16.9. We now are going towards the last 10 minutes of this motor race. and they've left behind the Van Niekerk 92, the Slade and Matthew Van Niekerk machine, and we wait now. The leader will be coming around once more to complete lap 37 of this race, coming out of Pertamina Fastron onto the main straight. Then he'll then run past the old bus stop chicane for the bikes and towards the city of Cape Town Castrol and Wingfield Motors Bridge.
Right, here we go. Leader underneath us into turn number 1. That is Kewan Slayman. 9 minutes and 50 seconds left. Second place man heading under the city of Cape Town Bridge now. That's Trevor Westman, and it's 10.476 seconds difference between P1 and P2 as P1 makes his way into turn 2 Castrol.
4/10 of a second on the last lap alone, having completed those 37 laps now. Watch them push on this next lap, lap number 38, as we are now within the last 10 minutes of this race, coming up for 9 minutes left in this Superbike endurance mint. All right, so the number 1 machine, or the the first place machine, number P1, yeah, sorry, there we go, and number 19 to be exact, comes through that section and will run it through onto the back straights for yet another occasion, the 38th time to be exact, and into Pertamina Fastron now, and we'll get on the gas and out of turn 5 towards the line once more to complete lap 38.
Well, going into turn number 2 now, it's not a fight, it's a fight for position on track between bike 92 and 68, but on the leaderboard, the 92 bike is 1 lap ahead of the 68 bike, and that is Slade and Matthew Van Niekerk versus Slamet. They are making their way. There we see them on your TV at home, the two of them. So as I said, a fight on track, which is now beginning to peter out, but that won't hassle Slade and Matthew Van Niekerk too much, because they are 1 lap ahead of that 68 bike that's in P4 of Ronald Slamet.
And just to see how things are, a 1:17.423 from Trevor Westman, a 1:15.9 from bike number 19, and it looks like that might be over, that battle over there, and Trevor Westman will have to be content with second position in this race. He's got a nifty gap between himself and the Van Niekerk 92 entry, 56.1 off of the leader, 44.1 off of second. So he's got that pretty much over there with 7.5 minutes left to go.
Well, it was 10.8, it's gone back up to 11.9. So yeah, as the leader crosses the line and heads into turn number 1 with just over 7 minutes left. And here he comes towards us. Heading under the bridge is Trevor Westman. It's gone up to 12.5. So Trevor's rolled off. Trevor's rolled off. He'll rather settle for that second place. Well, yeah, as Tiny's saying, tires wearing, brakes also suffering a bit. And I think Trevor realizes that that second place is secure, because he has rolled off. You got it to, from 22, we got it to 10.9. That's our 12.5. So even the man of Project 60 Racing knows when he must roll off. Then again, he's not a multiple Western Province champion for nothing.
Self-preservation, that's what it's all about in these last little bits. And second place, hey, that's nothing to be ashamed about, I can tell you that much as well. It's just been that the leader, the number 19 machine, has just been untouchable as far as things are concerned today, having completed 39 laps and going for lap number 40 now.
As a matter of interest, Trevor can also roll off, because he is 47.4 seconds ahead of bike 92 that's in third place. They are on the same lap, but he's got a lot of time between himself and that 92 bike of Slade and Matthew Van Niekerk.
Into one goes our second place man, Trevor Westman, the man we have been speaking of. 12.3 seconds between himself and the leader, and quite a bit ahead of that third place at this time. Just looking through the field here, Slamet, Ronald Slamet, number 68 in 4th position. Number 16, Rob Craig and Gerrit Frey. Craig and Frey in 5th position. Number 78, David Etchicott and Wesley Hendricks in 6th position. And then the leader of the 600 class, Zante Otto and Jason Lineker on bike number 93. And then also a Superbike runner in there as well. Then 8th position, Nashim Smart, Zahir Adams, Wayne Gress and Niku Fenter in that 9th position on bike number 99. And then Wayne Lawrence and Brandon Bramdor. They are last at the moment, 2nd in the 600 class.
Leader making his way out of turn number 5. There he comes. That is a number 19 bike sitting up there in P1, crosses the start-finish line. Now that is Q and Snyman. Westman is still making his way through turn number 5. Here he comes towards us now, Trevor Westman. It was just over 12 seconds. Now it's dropped down to 13.4, so we can now clearly realize that he has now settled for that 2nd place, as he was on the last lap 47 seconds ahead of that 92 bike that's in P3.
Coming up for 4 minutes left in this race. Only a handful more laps. 41 laps have been completed. They are currently on 42 that they are going to be completing fairly shortly. And yes, like we're saying, the Snyman Towers number 19 machine is now still the bike at the forefront of the field. A 15.848 now, and the leader has come into that turn 5 section for Pertamina Fastron and will complete that 42nd lap with probably about another 2 laps in it for them, 2 or 3 laps in it for them. And here comes that white number 19 Fireblade, crosses the line underneath the City of Cape Town Castro and Wheatfield Motors Bridge, and we'll have that 3.5 minutes left.
Right, he makes his way through turn number 1. Got a back marker just there ahead of him. You must be very careful. Johnny Towers rides around him on the outside of turn number 1 as Trevor Westman heads into turn 1 into Holzhoek now. Through he goes. And Trevor's last lap was a 1:16.8, where Johnny Towers was a 1:16.3.
Through turn 4, we have our on-track battle. Okay, that's coming through the back markers for the leader. And then down the back straight, they'll then run then with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in this endurance race. On his own, 13.9 seconds ahead of his nearest challenger, Trevor Westman. And that's far enough as far as things are concerned. All you need to do here is keep it on the asphalt, and you are fine, I can tell you that much. Westman will come through as well, and that will be on that ZX10. But they'll go through turn 5 across the line as the leader does go now with that 2 minutes left to go. So it'll be two laps basically, you could say, left to go after having completed 43 racing laps. At best time of a 1:12.262 earlier on, the fastest.
Well, we've got confirmation from Emil that there's a bike that stopped at the exit of turn 1 on the inside behind the karting race control, and I don't see anything. There could be something up against the wall there, but if that is a bike, we'll have to get the marshals to give tiny confirmation on the number, because we cannot see it too clearly from the monitor.
Well, we'll find out fairly shortly. It'll be very unfortunate because that'll be 9 bikes. We'll be seeing the checkered flag then, and just short of seeing the checkered flag will be one of them.
The 92 bike has lost the position to the 68 bike there on track, and we'll have a look and see where is that 92 machine of Slater Matthew van Niekerk. They were in 3rd. They dropped down. I wonder, Byron, I'm having a guess because we can't see if that's not the 92 bike that is stuck on the exit of turn 1. If that's the case, it's Slade and Matthew van Niekerk.
Yeah, that will be very unfortunate, Frankie, as they stuck. 9-2, that's confirmed by Tiny as well, by what's on the camera, by what's on the screens. It's unfortunate there that so late in the race, the 3rd place bike has now dropped out of the race. It's 30 seconds. Within that last 30 seconds, Ronald Slammert's up into third position. The checkered flag will be ready now. I can see Andre Grewe, our man, with that checkered flag already there.
The leader's heading into turn number 4, slower rider, and then right behind him is at 19 bike. We've got 5 seconds left on the clock. Will the flag come out now, or will it be an hour plus 1? The flag is out, so we are waiting for that 19 bike to come around and greet or be greeted by the checkered flag.
Checkered flag is ready and waiting. Here comes the Johnny Towers. Okay, I think there was a bit of a delayed reaction with the checkered flag there. They didn't realize it was coming, but that is a checkered flag waving. You can see on our screens here. Those of you around the circuit will hear it with us. That is going to be Westman in second. 12.6 seconds back. Slammert will be the third place man. But punching the air.
Yeah, that's Intercot that's taken the flag there. He'll finish in P5. Zante Otto and Lineker has finished their race. They also a couple of laps down, and so was a 33 of Ardense and Bramdor. So coming towards us now will be Ronald Slammert, and he finishes in that third position. And we're waiting for the 16 bike of Rob Craig. That's a Craig and Frey bike. As a 78 bike has crossed the line, Intercot and Hendrickse in P5. So we're waiting for the fourth place man, bike number 16, to come towards us. And he just crosses the line there. That's that number 16 machine of Craig and Frey. Yeah, the leader did an extra lap. He has won this one comfortably. The number 19 bike of Cuban Snyman and Johnny Towers.
The reason he came around is because he didn't see the flag because it was way late.
He was delayed.
He was delayed. He was born delayed. Okay, here we go. 2-hour race.
Right, folks, here we go with the Cape 3-hour race, incorporating the 1 hour, which is waiting for our cameraman to return. So, yeah, it's a 3 hour and then an hour and a half. So after an hour and a half, those guys will probably vacate the track. And then we will get the others continuing for the last 90 minutes. Where the hell can you fetch him? Go fetch him? Otherwise, we're going to be all confused here. Oh, here he comes, meandering up the stairs. Confused in any case.
Who else is going to do cameras? I can't be a commentator this. No.
Well, then that's your job.
I'm going to go for prize giving soon for the bike stuff soon. So, yeah.
5 minutes before you have to be here.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a lovely lot of motor cars out here for this. Oh, sure, but we have Neanderthal has entered with Retta, number 50.
What will do the first thing? There, oh, it's on the screen. There it is. Bieber.
We must going to go with the lunch.
John will do first thing, Justin second.
Yeah, a number of different motor cars out there as well for the 2 races in one, you could say. For the hour and a half endurance race, the 90-minute race. You'll see the Lola T86 of Andrew Moffat's. That's that yellow sports car. He's usually a man that we know from the Formula Supercar racing series in the Power Series.
So here we are lining up in a pole position as we see them. That's a 555 car of Dr. Greg Mills and Murray Shepherd. That is there in pole position. On the outside, we've got the Marco Retta and Neanderthal combination. Then we've got the 76 car. That's Albert Hintenhaus. That's there in that 3rd place with a coastal hire. And then
Well,
then we've got the Lola T86 of Andrew Moffat, and his teammate will be Pierre Rousseau.
yeah, the Ginetta is currently on pole position, Frankie. That Ginetta, they just had to secure the the oil filter earlier on due with a clamp. So that car was looking like it might not go further than the pit lane earlier on. We could all breathe a sigh of relief there that the Ginetta's there. The Marco Retta BMW, Neanderthal BMW alongside here. E46 BMW there of the Hintenhaus, of course, also does bike racing. There goes the Moffat Lola. And a whole bunch of different kinds of motor cars here. There's that Hyundai Sonata, a very NASCAR looking car there, the DeVault yellow and black livery. And what a beautiful, beautiful motor car there. As they all get off the grid now, John De Silva, it is Mark 1 Golf, trusty Mark 1 Golf. But leading them around, of course, will be the Ginetta.
As a matter of fact, John De Silva with that Golf will ride anything. He doesn't just do clubmans, he's doing an enduro race. He does oval track. When Tiny organized the GTI Challenge, guys, he was there. He also races that car, the Rallycross, when we have the all-tar category, which is currently known as Class D. So his motto is, I have a race car, and I race it wherever I can race that car, in whichever format it is allowed to take part in. And that's the right idea. Got the damn thing, let's race it wherever and whenever we can. So we see them filter through turn 4, saddle sweep. Doubles up as Malmesbury sweep. But last year at the 9 hour, it was given the new name of saddle sweep as the cars filter down that back straight towards a turn 5. And it is the 555 Ginetta that is in that pole position. of Anthony Reid and Murray Shepherd that will lead them out. R5, we're going to have 3 hours to go. It's 4:20, and we are going to go Cape 3-hour racing now as the lights go off, and away we go. For 3 hours, some of them will only do an hour and a half, but with an endurance race, you've got to take this very easy. And it is the Anthony Reid Mark Shepherd car ahead of the Margaretta Neanderthal combination that is there in that second position. And then it looks like that 76 car, yes it is a 76 car, that is Albert Hintenhouse. He is there in that third spot. Then we've got the T86 Lola that is in there behind them, going pretty slow. As a matter of fact, it's been overtaken there. But that Lola is in the hands of Andrew Moffat and Pierre Rousseau.
Well, the way the class is going to be working here, Frankie, we're going to have the 3-hour sports car class, and we have the 3-hour modified 2-liter class, and then the 90-minute sports car class and the 90-minute modified up to 2-liter class, which is the modified class, as I said, the modified saloons. But down the back straight we then run. It is green flag racing here. So down the back straight we'll go. It's the Janetta, the Anthony Reid car, of course, that he shares there with Murray Shepherd, as per what things are saying at the moment. And then the okay, so Hinton House will find himself a little bit further up as well. There goes the Marco Retta BMW. He shares with Neanderthal, of course, as well. Shane Smith, that's in that number 68. It's, of course, in the 3-hour up to 2-liter modified class, ahead of what looks like the 150 of the Lanfear car. Spinner was there in turn 2. I don't know if it is. It's a bit of an interesting view. Everybody going through turn 2 Castrol Corner on this second lap.
Well, there was a car that went sideways there, but everything is fine. Everybody is going as we watch them work their way around. Going up into turn number 4. The leader's going down the back main already. And that is the Anthony Reid and Mark Shepherd combination. Or Murray Shepherd, I should say, that sits out there in a P1 in that Janetta. They're heading out of turn number 5. The leader, if you look at all these cars going down the back straight towards turn 5, Fostron Corner, the leader under the Center Cape Town Bridge into turn number 1 with Margaretta Neanderthal in second. Then it is Albert Hintenhouse that's there in third. And then we've got the 68 car that is a combination of the Smith family that is there in that 4th position in that BMW.
So 12 of them starting this race. There was 13 scheduled. Remember, we'll lose a big chunk of them after 90 minutes, only doing the 90-minute section, a great deal of them, including the Hinton House 76 car, of course. That is a BMW E46, the M3, and then he will be ahead of the likes of Lanfear. That's in that what will be that pull beam that will be in the 5th position at the moment. Moffat in the Lola in 6th position at the moment, also one of the sports car class. Well, the leader, the Janetta, has gone off the circuit, so we have heard. Down the straight now, must have briefly, I think he overshot turn 1, I'm hearing over here, so he's back out onto the circuit again. Back out into the circuit again. And he's not leading the race anymore. That means that it should be now the Retta Dutoy car. And here comes the Janetta now. The Janetta will be right ahead of that number 68 of Gary Smith. Gary Smith that number 68 car there. Shane Smith and Guy Nyanas. So there we go. But that Lola of Andrew Moffat is not going particularly quickly. He's off the racing line coming down to turn 1, and he's going to be very much pressured behind him there. Car is in the pits, and that is going to be the Pearl Beam. What is this thing?
What, yellow one?
No, the sports car here. I know it's Lancia. It's the 150 car that's currently into the pits. That's the Storm Lanfear. And the Storm Lanfear car that he shares, of course, with Gerald Bass. So the sports car is in the pit area at the moment. The Origin Oil car. Okay, it looks like misfire is the problem with that machine. And it looks like that machine is going to be going absolutely nowhere at present.
One, two. So leading them out is the Marco Retto Neanderthal combination, and they inherited that lead position when the lead car overshot turn number 1. By the time they returned to the circuit, it was back down in a 4th position. So not, as far as I know, it's Marco Retto that started the race. It will be Neanderthal that will join him a little bit later on. So Marco Retto driving his own motor car, works his way down the back main. He's got a bit of a gap between himself and Hinternaas. Hinternaas doing the whole session all by himself. He said he's quite happy to do the whole thing. But Anthony Reid and Shepherd in that 3rd position. They slowly but surely closing up, and will be probably, by the time they get down to turn number 1, up into that 2nd position. Going to try and have a look up on that inside line as they go down towards turn number 1. Marco Retto leads out. It's Hinternaas that's going to drop down that 1 position. Hinternaas going to be doing the 90 minutes. And Reid that has got the fastest lap, although sitting in that 2nd position.
Yeah, there we go. So that's already 3rd place there, Gary. Just shows you what one little mistake going straight on in that turn 1 can really, you can pay the price there. Yes, he's 0.08 of a second off of Hinternaas. Hinternaas is a
he's
bit
past
of a...
Hinternaas. He's up into 2nd already and chasing down on Retto as they go up the Tygerberg straight up towards the Sorrel Sweep. And through Sorrel Sweep they go. Now you can see the gap is getting a whole heap smaller between the guys that were originally up front, Shepherd and Reid, that dropped down after overshooting into turn number 1, and now up into 2nd as they go down into 5. Yellow flags waving in 5. There's the spinner. You can see on the inside of the corner there, you can see, I think it's a Martin Bench. And the battle rages on for that 1st and 2nd and 3rd.
Look at the Anthony Reid and Murray Shepherd car. Is right onto the back there of Hinternaas, not Hinternaas, I said rather Marco Retto at the moment. Marco Retto's car is going to be overtaken, and the lead has changed once again into turn 1. So Gary, they've clawed their way back, the number 555 Janetta.
4th place coming down now. That is Smith that works his way into turn number 1. And there's a big gap between himself and Parker. We wait for Parker to come through. Yes, Parker coming across the line now. That's Mansour Parker and one of the Levies. That is in the Parker BMW. That is in that 5th position. Then behind that is going to be Andrew Moffat, and he's in the sports car class. And there you see the sports car coming through up towards us now. That is the yellow 186 that you see on your TV screen for the folks that's watching us at home. That is the Andrew Moffat that normally runs with these supercars.
All right, there's a chance they want to try and recover the bench BMW, Gary. That car is stuck in its position at the present moment, and it's not going to be going anywhere on its own power. So they'll have to recover that car. Unfortunately, that now means that there are only 10 left. The pull beam of Lanfear is out of the race for the foreseeable future. Here comes the Janetta, a little bit squirrely into that first turn over there, but Marco Retter's BMW that he shares with Neandertoy will follow suit. Hintonhouse, a bit of an expert as far as the Enduros, or specialist as far as specialist is concerned with Enduros. He does bike and car Enduros. And then the fourth place, this is the Shane Smith car, the BMW that runs quite confidently over there as well, and finds himself inside that top four, second in class, as a matter of fact, with the up to 2 litre modified section in the 3 hour.
Yeah. So the fifth place car is heading into turn number 1, and that is the Lola T86 of Andrew Moffat and Pierre Rousseau. And then we see coming through is that BMW of Mansur Parker and Anwar Levy. That's that boxy Beamer that's making its way out of turn number 1. So we are the leaders. They're going into turn number 5. As we have a look and see the rest of the cars come through. Chiara van Niekerk is in that fight as well. That's not Chiara van Niekerk, sorry, it's the 107. That's Phillips, and just behind them, or ahead of them, is John De Silva. He shares that car with Shane Justice, as the overall leader makes his way into turn number 1, and that is the Anthony Reid and Murray Shepherd car. And right in there behind them is a Marco Retta, and right on the case of Marco Retta on his own is Albert Hintonhouse. But remember, Hintonhouse is only doing the 1 hour, and so is Marco Retta, and his teammate is Neandertoy. That is that red BMW there on screen, just ahead of the BMW of Hintonhouse.
I still think that Hintonhouse fancies himself a little bit of a battle. 7/10 of a second between Retta and Hintonhouse. Coming through a back marker over there was a Mark 1 Golf. I just want to see a little further down the field of how it's looking over there. I think it's the is it they are in the Hyundai, aren't they? All right, so I think it could be the Ferraris that are being lapped there in that Mark 1 Golf, silver Mark 1 Golf, and then they are currently ahead because Steve, Sean and Kyle McCarthy coming through now in the DeVault. Hyundai Sonata not having the best of times out there this time here, as we now already almost the first over 10 minutes into this 3 hour and 1.5 hour race.
Coming out of turn number 5 now, that's a battle for P2 and 3 as the leader heads into turn number 1. We'll watch these two BMWs go one-on-one. Marco Retta and Albert Hintonhouse under the set of Cape Town Bridge. There's the leader disappearing out of your screen as you see second and third go into turn number 1. Marco Retta, Albert Hintonhouse coming through. Then we've got the Smith and Nayans combination that's making its way across the start finish line. That is that yellow and red BMW that is heading into turn number 1. And then we will have the Lola that's making its way. That's a T86 Lola. That's the Moffat Rousseau combination. They're also doing the 1 hour that you see on your screen, working its way towards the set of Cape Town Bridge. Lovely looking motor car as it heads into turn number 1.
And actually second place in the 90-minute race at the moment, Frankie, if you look at the grand scheme of things. And then Chiara van Niekerk and Jordan is third in the modifieds there. Car, that BMW, that boxy shaped Beamer, going quite slowly indeed.
Yeah, we see Chiara van Niekerk going into turn number 1 as we have a look at this car going very slow, making its way into the pit area. That is Mansur Parker and Anwar Levy. They are sharing that BMW. Here comes John Kirsten across the line. Not John Kirsten, John De Silva, I apologize, across the line, and he is going to be gobbled up here by the leader. Then we've got that 107 car that is in there as well. That's Zahir Phillips and Rais Phillips. They've also been overtaken by the leader as second and third make their way through turn number 1. Marco Retta, Albert Hintenhuis. Out of turn 1 they go. And here comes the Gary Smith, Shane Smith, Guy Nayans combination in the Truck Sport Logistics BMW 530. It makes its way through turn number 1.
All right, so turn 5, we'll look at Pertamina Fastron. Moffat coming out of that section in the Lola. Second in the 90-minute race for sports cars, which actually will mean, yes, he's second to Hintenhuis. Hintenhuis leads the sports car section. And then that's ahead of the 2-litre modified class, up to 2-litre modified class. Third in that first in that class is Chiara van Niekerk, and then Jordan with that as well.
So as Chiara van Niekerk makes her way into turn number 1, we watch the leader coming out of turn number 5, out of Fastron corner. That is Greg Mills and Murray Shepherd. Then John De Silva crossing the line, but second and third is coming towards us now. Marco Retta, followed by Albert Hintenhuis. Then you've got the back marker, that's a 107 coming through. And that is that Jetta 3 that's making its way into turn number 1. That's Zahir and Rais Phillips. Then coming towards us now is the 68 car sitting in P4. And that is the Smith and Nayans combination. And then in P5 we'll have the Lola that's making its way through turn number 5. We'll pick him up on screen for you now. It's a lovely looking motor car, and that is the T86 Lola, the 186 car, driven today by Andrew Moffat, and sharing the seat with him there is Pierre Rousseau.
Well, looks like quite a long run for them going back to turn 5. There's our leader coming down towards us now, Reed and Shepherd. And wow, they're putting up some serious lap times, not holding back at all. Not far behind that lovely Retta de Toy vehicle. And then, well, don't forget about the man that's there in the third. That's the silver that you see coming through. Don't forget about that car that's in third position. That is Oliver Hintenhuis, and well, he's got quite a lot of hard work to do going down towards turn number 5. That is Smith that's working his way down into turn number 5, and well, went a little bit slow and wide into the corner. Is Smith running into problems, or is that just a little error? Looks quite fine now as he works his way past the back marker underneath the Wingfield Motors City of Cape Town Bridge, and that is Smith in that 4th position. Going down towards 5, there Frankie just picked it up now, is Mr. Moffat.
Yeah, I want you to pick up on that car that's going into turn number 1. I don't know when last anybody has seen a Hyundai Sonata race there. We'll go to him now, but here comes that 186 car. That is the Lola of Moffat and Rousseau, making its way under the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge, working into turn 1 into Holzhoek. But where's the Sonata? Making its way into turn number 2, Gaza. If we can go have a look at that one. It's coming out of turn 2 right now, just ahead of that Golf. There it goes. I don't know if anywhere in the world we've got a Sonata that's done any form of racing. As a matter of fact, they are sitting down the leaderboard. They are in P10 in that Sonata. That's the McCarthy family, Steve, Sean and Carl McCarthy of Sejin Property Investments. They are driving that Hyundai Sonata going through your screen there, just ahead of that Mark 1 Golf.
I think the last time a Sonata was out on track was, I think it was week number 3 after the official launch of Sonata by Hyundai in South Africa. And I got one from Hyundai Milnerton, came down to Killarney with it, and well, decided we were going to use it to drive the doctor around the circuit behind the racing cars. It was a national event, and I did the first 3 races actually driving that car with the doctor alongside me. then handed over and said, right, you carry on, I'm going to go upstairs and go and do some commentary. And by the time I drove that car home, it had a very loud tire noise from that heavy vehicle that had chewed up a brand new set of tires. So not a lightweight motor car, that Sonata whatsoever. It'll go through a whole heap of rubber before the end of today.
Yeah, well, it sits there in P10, and it is actually second in class. That's the modified saloons. That is over 2 liters. So he may be way down the leaderboard, but he is second in his class. Here comes Chiara van Niekerk, and just behind Chiara van Niekerk is Albert Hintenhuis. Margaretta going into your screen now. He sits in that second place. Chiara van Niekerk is in a different class. She sits in P6, and behind her, out of turn 1, is the man that sits third overall in the BMW, Albert Hintenhuis, as they work their way towards turn number 2 into Castile Corner. So he puts a lap on her, but they're not in the same category as the 68 car that sits in P4 makes its way into turn number 1. That is the Smith and Nayans combination. And then we should see the Lola come into view. There it goes into turn number 5 right now. That lovely looking motor car. That's the Graymo Construction T86 Lola of Andrew Moffat and Pierre Rousseau.
Well, Moffat's losing ground to the Smith-Nayans combination, but not a train smash. Still looking very, very even as he works his way around, doing 1 minute 28 continuously in that motor car. So looks like he's well within his window of what he can do continuously for the duration of this event. Margaretta coming down underneath the City of Cape Town, Wingfield Motors and Castrol Bridge.
Yeah, and he's 15.5 seconds behind the leader. That is making his way into turn number 2 now. There we watch Retta go out of holds. Chiara van Niekerk crosses the line. She is there in that 6th place overall on track. Remember, we've got different classes here, folks. You've got sports cars, then modified saloons up to 2 liters and modified saloons over 2 liters in the 90-minute and in the 3-hour, as John De Silva. John De Silva makes his way into the pit area after 21 minutes elapsed. John De Silva comes in. Now, is there a problem with that motor car? Surely he's not going to hand over to Shane Justice with 22 minutes done.
Can Shane be that keen? The answer's got to be yes.
Well, for sure, but he stopped that car in a precarious position. There is work going on around the car. Sorry, folks, we can't zoom down pit lane. We do have a shot here of the pit lane.
The leader, Frankie, has just gone past the 5th place car of Moffat. So he has now lapped everybody up to and including 5th position, that being the Reed Shepherd entry that started in pole position, dropped down to 4th, worked its way back up into the lead, and is now doing a brilliant job. You can see the gap that he's got there already on Moffat, who is in 5th position, that just behind Smith.
And as you have a look at that, as we look at that car going through Interceptor Corner, I pan down to pit lane. They've got the boot lid, they've got the bonnet, they've got everything open on that John De Silva Golf.
Is it problems back and front?
Let's hope that that's not the end of that 142 Mark 1 Golf.
So as the leader works his way through into the Sarl sweep, we have a look at our 4th place overall. Smith and Nayans as he works his way through turn number 1. They're completely spread out now. Frankly, it would have been nice if we could have got a shot down the pit lane. Unfortunately, the one we're looking for, right at the bottom there, you see on the left-hand side is the Golf with the boot lid and the bonnet. So as Frankie said, problems back and front.
Right, so heading into turn number 1, there's your overall leader. That is Anthony Reed and Murray Shepherd. That's taking that Janetta out of turn number 1. Heading towards turn 1 now is Margaretta. 17.7 seconds behind the leader is Marco in that BM. He'll share that motor car with Nian de Toy. Race Mace himself of NDT Racing will be in that car with Marco Retta, but later on they're only doing an hour and a half, and then they're going to park that car. Hinternaus in that third position. I'm waiting to see Albert Hinternaus, because here comes Chiara van Niekerk on your screen there.
Must have come through, I think.
And then you're also seeing the Hyundai Sonata of McCarthy. While you saw them briefly going through. Where is Hinternaus? Still shows in that third position. There's a Sonata going through your shot there of the McCarthy families. There is Gary Smith, Shane Smith, and Guy Nayans in that motor car.
I haven't seen Hinternaus, although he shows there on the screen.
It still shows in third position. Let's have a look and see. Here the leader comes through again. Here the leader comes through again. Ritter and Hinternaus. They're both making their way into turn number 5. He slipped through under the radar, so to speak, and we never picked him up, but no problems out there for Hinternaus as he sits there behind Marco Retta.
Well, you realize they are now also, both of them, coming up to lap Moffat, who is in 5th position. So first place has already lapped 5th, 2nd and 3rd is about to lap 5th position. There you see 5th place. That's Moffat. That's the yellow 186 coming your camera. There's your 2nd position overall. That is Marco Retta, Progress Precision Engineering. And the man directly in behind him is Hinternaus, who has broken completely away from Smith.
Well, I can tell you, Gary, off screen, the 142 Golf is rolling down pit lane. It will rejoin. So we don't know if John De Silva is back in that car, but it matters not, because he is sharing that car with Mr. Shane Justice, as we will see them go back out on track, hopefully. Yep, there they come. If we go to turn number 1, you'll see that Golf making its way out of the pits and onto track again. That is the John De Silva and Shane Justice combination.
The leader's just gone straight. The leader has just gone straight, and there he gets it back on circuit again. That's the 2nd time that there has been an overrun by that vehicle going down into turn number 1. It happened on a lap number 4, and here comes a 2nd and 3rd position. Marco Retta, Progress Precision, and Hinternaus direct. In fact, Hinternaus is closing, and he's closing fast.
There's 0.6 of a second between Retta and Hinternaus. That's at fight for 2nd and 3rd. Just behind the Jetta, that's a lap down. The two of them are working their way into turn number 1. And then P5 just there behind them. That's that T86 Lola. He's not in P4. You see him on the same shot, but he's actually in a P5 behind these two BMWs that work their way through. Yeah, and he's 1 lap adrift as well, yes.
So in fact, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th is with one behind the other. The only difference being that 5th place is not on the same lap as 1st, 2nd and 3rd.
Now, well, 4th is Smith. They're coming out of turn number 1. So it's basically 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 5th that you saw on your shot there, as the man in P4 is now heading into turn 2. However, we go back to the leader while he's crossing the line. We're not going to worry too much about him. We're watching that fight for 2nd and 3rd on our monitors here between Marco Retta and Albert Hinternaus.
Well, Albert has closed that gap completely, and there's now nothing between the two of them. Remember, the next man that's going to be climbing in to the Progress Precision Engineering BMW is in fact the frequent flyer Neandertoy NDT, Neandertoy Motorsport, that's going to be climbing in. He's the man that prepares that motor car, so he knows it inside out, upside down, does all the setups on that motor car as well. So it'll be a very strong 2nd stint that that car will be enduring out here on circuit. So all that Marco's got to do is just try and keep Hinternaus behind him but it's not going to be easy because Hinternaus has gone to fetch him. Can he now get past him? It looks like somebody, it's that Parker. It looks like Parker that's coming slowly into the pits.
That car's gone slow a second time. It's not on our screen now as we watch that fight for second and third. But off screen, the Mansour Parker Anwar Levy combination BMW is in the pit area after, well, a half an hour has elapsed. So, and they are doing the 3 hour if the car lasts.
And Hinternaus is through.
So that may be a driver change combination. While we see on screen Albert Hinternaus has moved up into second, and Marco Retta under the City of Cape Town Bridge has dropped down into third place. But Marco has a comeback. He has a look up on the inside. They are nearly side by side, but he will not make the move, stick there on Hinternaus at the exit of holes.
You'll probably find Neandertoys coming onto the in-car caution and saying, all right, he's got past you. Don't worry about that. Don't let that rattle you. Just stick there with him. We'll make a plan. We'll get him somewhere, somehow, but don't let him get away. Hinternaus will now have a hammer down. He knows he's got to make some space between himself and Marco Retta.
Yeah, they're racing towards Interceptor Corner. They've got that John De Silva, Shane Justice Golf just ahead of them as they work their way out of Interceptor and head towards turn 4. Saddle sweep. That Golf will just keep out the way there. Whether it is De Silva or Justice behind the wheel, we know not, but he keeps right out the way. And he moves to the inside, taps off slightly, and allows these two flying BMWs past.
Hinternaus has really got the hammer down to try and make a bit of a gap. He knows after he does the fuel stop, he's going to be up against the Progress Precision Engineering car in the hands of Neandertoy. That's going to be a daunting thought for him to try and hold on to that one. So, yep. Well, don't forget about Reed and Shepherd. That's up front. It's just up, dusted, and it disappeared.
Yeah, that leader is going into turn 2. We just mentioned him. Or maybe we'll, yeah, there we pick him up. He's just disappeared out of your shot. That is that Janetta driven by Dr. Greg Mills and Murray Shepherd. We don't know if it's Greg or Murray in that car, but either way, that's the two drivers. That's the Mills-Shepherd combination that is in that Janetta. Go back to Albert Hinternaus, that's in that second position, and he is driving away from Marco Retta. That's in third. Marco's heading up the hill towards a turn 4, and Hinternaus is making his way down the back straight, I think, is Hinternaus. No, that could be the leader. Where is Albert Hinternaus? That's the leader we're seeing on our screen there. Here comes
Hinternaus is gone.
Retta, and it shows that the 68 car has gone up to P3, so the 76 car of Albert Hinternaus has disappeared somewhere. He's disappeared off our radar. He was in third. It shows him now on the leaderboard in P4. So we have lost that 76 car somewhere out on circuit.
Wow, interesting stuff. We have to see how this one's going to play itself out. Well, if that's the case, that means Smith then moves up into that third position, and that'll bring Moffat up into fourth position. They'll inherit those spots.
Yep. So that car has disappeared off our radar. That is Albert Hinternaus. It shows that he has lost that position to Smith. Now, Moffat and them will probably get, yes, Andrew Moffat, so the Lola goes up to P4. So yes, we have lost that 76 BMW of Hinternaus that was in the hour and a half Enduro.
Well, there comes Smith now as he comes out of turn 5, Pertamina Fastron. Will move up on the leaderboard now, just one position. So they'll be quite chuffed with that. One man's bad luck is another man's good luck. The 107, that the two Phillipses, that is in that car. Yep. and they just behind the Ferrari combination in the 2-liter modified class. That's the Golf.
Well, Gazza, we were talking about losing the Hinternaus car. That could be the Hinternaus car that's standing in the pits there, because just behind the Hinternaus we see the 107, the Phillips family car of Zahir and Rais Phillips. So that 76 car is in the pit area. That's the Albert Hinternaus car.
So Moffat moves now up into 4th position. Hinternaus drops down to 5th, and he's still static there. You can see on the left-hand side in the pit lane. Yeah, oh, there they pull away, and coming through is a Moffat. There's Moffat going through. Coming out of the pit lane, you will see the Hinternaus BMW coming out. Should be around about now. There he is. So you can see the visual gap between the yellow 186 of Moffat that's just gone out of screen in turn number 1. And there is Hinternaus that was in 3rd position, up into 2nd, ahead of the BMW of Progress Precision Engineering's Marco Retta. And then into the pits, and that's where that came to an end. Let's have a look. Where is our leader coming through to do yet another lap number 16 for our leader down into turn number 1.
Yeah, there goes a Janetta into P1. Anthony Reid and Murray Shepherd. I said Greg Mills earlier on, he was entered, but it is Reid and Shepherd. Then we've got Marco Retta coming through in that 2nd position. I do apologize. Greg Mills is the entrant, but he's not driving that car. Anthony Reid shares that car with Murray Shepherd, and they are way down the road. There we see heading into turn number 5, into Fostron corner, is that 76 BMW of Albert Hinternaus, but he finds himself all the way down the leaderboard. He's in P6 as a matter of fact, and he was even overtaken there by the Golf of Chiara van Niekerk that races that car in Clubman's as well.
So here is Smith as he goes down to turn 5, and there is the Reid Shepherd lead car that's coming up behind him. So that means that the lead car is about to lap the car in 3rd position. There you see Smith coming down to turn number 1. Reid and Shepherd directly behind that. So once that Janetta passes that BMW, it's going to be a situation of only the 1st and 2nd place cars that is going to be on the
second place.
Completely sideways.
2nd place man's in the pits. 2nd place man is in the pits. Marco Retta is making his way into the pit lane. Here he comes cruising down the pit lane is Marco Retta, and he will, with 36 minutes done, let's say 37 minutes on the clock, we'll have a look and see if he hands that car over to Neanderthal.
Well, that means when he comes past us next time around, Reid the Shepherd car, that means that that will then be the only car that is then still on the lead lap.
Well, I'm going to have a quick walk to the window here and have a look and see they are working. You can't see at home on the monitor. You're watching the Smith-Nayans combination, and just ahead of them the leader that's making their way under the Castellan City of Cape Town Bridge, and they are busy refueling the 50 BMW. You can see them busy frantically at the back of that car, so I'm almost certain that Marco will hand over that car to Race Mace, to Neanderthal, as the leader works his way out of turn 1. And Gary, just going through your screen there,
that was Parker.
Yes, they got that BMW back out on track again. That's Mansur Parker and Anwar Levy.
Wow, interesting stuff as we still got 2 hours 21 to go in this race.
The Ferrari Golf just came past us, sitting out there in P7. Chiara van Niekerk coming through, and we'll have a look where Albert Hinternaus will be making his way into 5. Oh, the Lola goes high. That Lola goes very wide. and they are on the same. They are actually on the same lap, as a matter of fact. So, Kiara, yes, and the Lola is making its way into the pit area. That is Moffat and the Moffat and Rousseau combination driving that Lola are working their way into pits, and they pit out of P4. Right, so the leader heading into turn number 1. That is Anthony Reid and Murray Shepherd. The Lola, Gary, I think that Lola's doing the hour and a half. Or is it not? Yes, it's entered the hour and a half. Well, they haven't done an hour and a half yet. And I just picked up off screen the Lola in the back of the main pit area, and the driver's climbing out that car now. They're right behind the motorcycle pit section, so I don't hope that that is the end of that T86 Lola.
The Parker-Levy combination is smoking there. You see a puff of smoke. I don't know if it's just under braking or when he lifts off, but he's being closed down by the Reid-Shepherd combination, but puffs of smoke every time that he climbs on the brakes and or off the gas going down into a corner. So I'm not sure how much longer that BMW is still going to keep on trucking.
Right, Albert Hintenhuis making his way into turn number 1. There's the leader on your screen, all on his lonesome own-some. Anthony Reid and Murray Shepherd in the Ginetta. It's an easy Saturday for that 555 car, racing in the sports car category. And just ahead of it is there again, that smoke comes out the back there of that boxy BMW of Parker and Levy.
1 lap behind, but in second place is the Smith BMW, going down into turn number 1. So although that car has been lapped, it's still in a second position overall, and in third position.
Third is there.
And then we're going to the next one we're going to see coming through towards us, only because of the fact that it's done the pit stop already, and the Smith BMW has not done the pit stop. That is why they find the Retta de Toy BMW in third position, having done a stop, and the Smith and Nyans BMW having not made a stop yet.
Well, let's have a look and see. That is Marco Retta that's heading into turn 2, and while we stay with Marco Retta making his way through turn 2, Hintenhuis is making his way into turn 1. He's behind Chiara van Niekerk now. They both on the same lap, Gary. So Hintenhuis, that you see on screen there, is chasing the Chiara van Niekerk Golf that's there. So those two are fighting it out for that 4th position as they both work their way through Castrol Corner.
Well, the Jordan van Niekerk Mark 1 Golf. Wow, that is awesome for them right now. Even if it means it's 1 pit stop in it, doesn't matter. Still a brilliant drive in that little Golfie.
Yeah, that's the Chiara van Niekerk combination there with Jordan. Kaylin Jordan sharing that car there with her, and she's not going to be able to do any resistance as they go down the back main. The BMW will certainly have the legs. Yes, he blows past the Golf heading into turn number 5, but let's face it, they're not in the same category, that's for sure.
Well, I must say, either way, a very good run with that little Golfie there. You see it on screen. Doing a lovely job out there. You can't do much more than that. The leader going down into 5.
Leader heading all on his own into 5. He's way down the road from that 68 BMW of the Smith and Nayans combination. That is Guy Nayans. That sits behind the leader. There is, just disappearing out of view, coming back into view now is the Smith and Nayans combo. They're currently there in that 2nd position overall on track and leading their class, which is the modified saloon category. Here they come under the bridge, heading into turn number 1 and working their way out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner, is the Margaretta Neon de Toy BMW that's working its way towards the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. Want to say big thanks to all our sponsors here at Killarney International Raceway, City of Cape Town, Castrol, Wingfield Motors, 10 years that Johnny van Niekerk sponsors, Pertamina, Fostron, King Tony Tools, Porsche Club, Castrol we mentioned, Interceptor. A big thanks to all our sponsors for 2023 year at Killarney International Raceway, as well as all our class sponsors for the normal Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Power series. However, back to the leader that's on screen there, heading under the Wingfield Motors, Castrol and City of Cape Town Bridge down the Porsche Straight. Yeah. Gary Smith in second place, making his way out of Pertamina Fostron. And while we watch Smith, that boxy BMW of Levy and Parker is still busy making its way around. Yeah, Gary Smith comes under us now, and Margaretta, the man on screen, sharing that car with the Neon de Toy. It might be Neon that's in that car now, and Neon is in that Beamer racing down towards turn number 1, and Neon is sitting there in that third position, not too far behind Smith. Right, so leader heading towards turn 5 as we watch Neon de Toy make his way through turn 2 Castrol. And that Ferrari Golf gets the blue flag and says just hold your line, because the big hitter is making his way out of turn 5 as the Lola rejoins the circuit heading into turn number 1, and that is Andrew Moffat and Pierre Rousseau, the two of them in that Lola. Right, the leader going into 5, and that is the Anthony Reid, sorry, into 1. I don't know where we turned around. We're not going anti-clockwise, we're going clockwise, so 5 isn't 1, 1 stays 1. And that is heading towards turn 2 now, and that is Anthony Reid and Murray Shepherd. A second place man heading into turn 1, into holes right now. That is the Smith and Nayans combination. And then we've got heading into turn 1, not too far behind them, is Marco Retta and his teammate Neon de Toy as they work their way out of turn number 1. But remember that they are not on the same lap, they are 1 lap behind the Smith-Nayans combo. Right, Hintenhouse going into turn number 5, and he sits there in that 4th position. He's doing the hour and a half, remember, all on his own. Is Albert Hintenhouse, races that car in the Clubman's category as well. Under the bridge he comes and heads into turn number 1. He's going to catch that Hyundai Sonata of the McCarthy family. And they are currently in P7. The man that's the car that's been lapped there by Hintenhouse into turn number 2. So they are 7th overall in position, not 7th in class, but they are 7th overall in that Hyundai Sonata you see on screen. And just ahead of them, disappearing out of view, is that 76 BMW of Albert Hintenhouse. Right, so Gary Smith back into the pits again as well, is the 142 car. Well, it's the second time that it's come into the pit area, coming out as we see the Smith and Nayans car pit, and they pit out of that 2nd position.
Well, remember you had a situation where the Retta car went in and the Smith car did not go in. Hence the situation where you now have the Smith car going in, and that's now going to have that change up in positions.
Right, Albert Hinternaas crossing the line, going into turn number 1 is Hinternaas as we watch Marco Retta come through and work his way down the KILLARNEY straight. That's the back straight called the KILLARNEY straight. And he just ripped past that Golf of Van Niekerk and Jordan as he heads into turn number 5. There's a Van Niekerk and Jordan Golf heading into turn number 5. Well, lovely to see Chiara Van Niekerk and Colin Jordan. That is the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Golf. And a big thanks to her dad, Johnny Van Niekerk. 10 years this year that Wingfield Motors is sponsoring the Power Series here at Killarney, and that's why we're focusing on that car to give a bit of praise and thanks there to Johnny Van Niekerk. Yes, here comes the De Silva Justice car. They were in and out the pits at least on 2 occasions, and sits there in a P8. So the leader making his way into turn number 5, all on his own there, into Pertamina Fostron. That's the Janetta of Anthony Reid and of Murray Shepherd. It's an easy day for these guys. They're just going to keep it on the tarmac and they should be okay.
Keep in mind that the lead car is now starting to close on the 3rd place car, which is Hinternaas. That's the next car that is ahead of them on circuit as they go up the Jabez Straight. There's the Hinternaas car, 3rd overall on the same lap as this, the leader, but not for long.
Right, through turn 2, Castrol Corner comes your race leader. That is Albert, that is Murray Shepherd, and his teammate is Anthony Reid. As we watch them work their way through Castrol Corner. And Hinternaas going through turn number 4, and then we've got the overall leader. There he comes. That is the Reid-Shepherd combination that sits there in P1. What a lovely looking Janetta. These are all of the Dr. Greg Mills entries as Emil Tiny Brandt of Tiny's Pit Box joins me on the microphone. Byron Height will be joining us shortly again. He's doing the motorcycle prize giving. Then he'll be back with us here in the commentary box, Tiny, as we keep an eye here on your overall leader working his way under the City of Cape Town Bridge. That is the Reid-Shepherd combination.
Well, frankly, very interesting to see, as I was actually in the pit area. Luckily to see the Marco Retta Neanderthal car actually coming to the pits and actually having a look at the whole setup. The driver actually gets out of the car, and then what actually happens is that the pit crew actually goes and they actually refuel the car. Then they're not allowed to refuel the car with the driver in the car. So the driver comes and stops, gets out, and the other driver stands and waits until the fuel flap of the car is actually closed. Then the other driver will get into the car, get strapped in, while one of the pit crew actually does a quick check around on the vehicle for brakes or tires or whatever. So well, that's basically the whole setup and procedure they actually do.
Right, so the I saw that Lola come back into the pit area again. Looks like they are pitting behind the pit lane, and that will be the 2nd time as we watch the Smith & Nayens BMW make its way back out onto track again. I don't see the car at pit exit. Could just be waiting its time. Yeah, you can hear him accelerate. There he goes. That is the Smith and Nayens combination, which means as the leader comes through, that means they have now dropped down to P5. Is a Smith and Nayens P5 overall on track. So Albert Hinternaas, with 53 minutes done of his 90, is in the pits once again. And he cruises right to the front of the pit area. That's why we missed him early on. And when we picked up that 107 Jetta, we realized, but that car hadn't disappeared off the radar. He was actually in pit lane.
They're actually pitting right next to the Neanderthal and Margaret and them. And yeah, just some more news from the pits. John and Kirsten, the guys who are actually working on the Origin Oil car, they actually picked up the problem. One of the coil packs have actually packed up. They've actually sent their mechanic to their workshop to try and get another coil pack for the vehicle. So hopefully in the next half an hour they might actually get the car off Storm Lanthea and then back onto the circuit again.
And while you're watching the cars going down the back, man, it's interesting fact that 107 Jetta 3 that came to pit earlier on of Zahir Phillips and Rais Phillips has been in the pits now for a very, very long time. They've actually got the bonnet of that Jetta open to see if they can get that car sorted out. Now remember, they entered for the 90 minutes, so hopefully they can get that 107 car back out in the modified saloon category up until 2 litres.
I see there McCarthy, Sonata pulled into the pit area as well at the back, so possibly a routine stop or maybe a driver change.
Right, so the leader heading into turn number 2, that is the Reed Shepherd combo, working their way through the kink and into interceptor. And into turn number 1 we see that's probably Neanderthal coming through. There he comes through on your screen as we see him work his way out of Holzhoek and running down the Joubert Straight towards Castrol Corner. So all on his own through Castrol comes Marco Retta. He's in that second position. And they are 2 laps behind the Reed Shepherd combination. That is the overall leading vehicle. Right, we've got Gary Smith heading down into turn number 5 into Fostron Corner. Just ahead of him, he's the best price for my car on Wingfield Motors Golf. That's the Chiara van Niekerk Kalen Jordan combination. I think it might be Kalen in the car. I think Chiara would have done that first stint. However, it's still the Wingfield Motors best price for my car Golf, and it is the combination of Van Niekerk and Jordan. As going into 1 just ahead of them is the Gary Smith Guy Nayans BMW. So heading into 1 now is the De Silva. Is the De Silva and Justice combination as the Retta de Toy combo makes its way out of turn number 1. But Tiny, you picked up some information on the overall leader, the Reed Shepherd Janetta. Yes, very slow into Interceptor Corner.
There was smoke, according to what I heard on the radio, now there was smoke coming out by the rear of the car. Some it could be on the right hand side rear, maybe possibly a deflated tire. We're not 100% sure, but at that pace, hopefully nothing too terminal.
Well, we watch it on our monitors here, and it is going very, very slow. As a matter of fact, Chiara van Niekerk is going to say, what's going on here? As they go, just looking out the commentary box window just to see the actual speed, because it's deceiving on the television screen. And you can see Tiny, yes, pretty slow as it heads towards the Park Vermeer area in turn 5 Fostron. I'm sure they'll cruise around and then make its way into the pit area. So here we see as he moves out the way, Marco Retta coming through as well. Yeah, that Reed Shepherd Janetta into pit area as Marco Retta goes through. Now remember, Marco is 1 lap behind him, 40 plays 39, coming out of turn number 1. So if that Janetta stays in that pits any longer, then the Retta de Toy BMW will inherit the lead. So we look at Smith and Nayans working their way through with 1 hour nearly done. As a matter of fact, 2 more minutes to go, then it will be an hour that's done.
what's going slower as well?
Well, the Ferrari Golf is coming to the pits as well, and Gary said one of the Smith Golf, BMW. I think it's just a case of pacing themselves as well as Neanderthal comes over the line, and I think that gap should get a bit slower or get a lot smaller by the time with the Ginetta still being in the pits at the moment.
Well, they're now both on 40 laps, the BMW of Retta and Neanderthal, and the Reed car is still in the pits. So at this point, the leader on track is probably, on the next time they come through, it will go to Retta and the Toy that will be the leaders out on circuit.
See the Toy actually going through Interceptor, heading into Saddle Sweep, and having a chat to Marco just before, or just after his stint, actually said they had a good game plan. Car was running quite well yesterday during practice. They have got a game plan, so if they stick to the game plan, the results will definitely be paying off for them this afternoon and this evening.
Retta down into 5. They'll be, well, it's probably Neon the Toy that's behind the steering wheel. So if that's Neon that's behind the steering wheel, the next time they come across the line, given that the Reed Shepherd car is still in the pits there on your left-hand side, and to the lead goes Neanderthal, and I don't believe that they thought earlier on today that they would be at any point right up front and leading out, and well, whatever space they now make between themselves and the Reed Shepherd car, that is what is going to slowly but surely be closed down once that Shepherd car comes back out on circuit. I can hear whistles downstairs, which means that probably the Reed Shepherd car is on its way to get out of the pits.
Yeah, Mansell Parker just leaving the pit area as well. And I haven't seen the McCarthy Sonata. I think they're still in the pit area at the back here. They haven't come back onto the circuit yet, so probably a bit of an issue over there. But this is the car startup, so I think they might be making their way out. So nice dice going on there between the car of Chiara Finicake and Hilton House of BMW going through Interceptor there with, I take it should be Shane Justice in the Golf there, British behind him. And yeah, it looks like the Sonata is going to make his way back onto circuit. So very, very interesting at the moment.
In that third position, the Smith car that is in third position, they've now completed 38 laps as opposed to the Reed Shepherd car that has done 40 laps. And Neanderthal making use of the opportunity of the Reed Shepherd vehicle that is staying still in the pit lane, and have already pulled 2 laps to make sure that he gets a big enough gap that he cannot be caught from behind.
Well, got some feedback here that they're changing. They need the left front wheel of that car changed. Tyne, you just picked it up now that they're doing work on the left front wheel of the Ginetta. That has now dropped down to second place overall.
Yeah, Neanderthal just keeping his pace and actually just doing a very, very good job at the moment. As I said, they've got a good strategy, and I think Nian will carry on with this stint for a while. But yeah, as Nian actually comes past us here on the main straight, and you just saw the McCarthy Sonata doing a quick driver swap and a refuel, and he's out on circuit as well. Yeah,
talking about that Sonata, it's making its way into a turn number 2. And that Sonata is the McCarthy family, Steve, Sean, Carl McCarthy. If they're all 3 driving, if it's not just 2 of them, that's the way they entered here, Steve, Sean and Kyle, in that Sonata that's working through Interceptor corner. But here comes the Gary Smith and Guy Nayans combination, working their way out of turn number 1, and they are currently 3rd overall on track, heading towards turn number 2, Castrol corner. And then not too far behind them going into Castrol, we have got Hinternas. Oh, this is right. Now let's have a look and see. They are on the same lap. If we can go into Interceptor corner, we'll see both BMWs on the same lap, and that is a fight for 3rd position. There's the 68 car of Smith and Neyens, and right behind them is the 76 of Albert Hinternas, working their way through turn number 4, Tiny. So this is a fight for position on track. It's a fight for 3rd place.
So Neanatoy just comes past us again. It's a nice little... But as heading into turn 5 there, actually goes right through the corner, and I think Smith must have a problem because the pace actually dropped off a little bit as he went through interceptor corner there. So I don't know what the problem could be, but yeah, it's not as quick as what it was in the beginning.
Yeah, I think he might just have moved out the way there, realizing that the Hinternas BMW is a lot faster. Right, so as we watch these cars come out of turn number 1, that is the 2 cars on your monitor there. That is Albert Hinternas and the Smith-Neyens combination, and that was a fight for track position. As a matter of fact, the 76 car's gone up into P3, and the 68 car has dropped down into P4 as they work their way through Interceptor corner.
Well, Frank, I think the guys are just really getting into rhythm now. I think it's been there's about an hour and 53 minutes to go. I think the guys are definitely getting into a rhythm now, and I think it's been very important to concentrate. Get your braking lines. With the wind is playing a factor as well. You've got to concentrate. I mean, you can be leading your class or leading the race, and the finest little mistake you can make will throw you totally out of the water. Well,
we still stay with these 2 BMWs, and as a matter of fact, that's a Sonata that's been overtaken there by Albert Hinternas. Heading into turn number 1, there's Hinternas, there's a Sonata, and then you'll just pick up that other BMW at the top of your screen. That is the Smith-Neyens combination that has been overtaken and getting further and further behind. As a matter of fact, they should pick up that Sonata that you see on screen there pretty soon and put a lap there on that Sonata. But the leader, the previous leader that sits now in P5, making its way into turn number 1, that's the Janetta that's heading out of turn number 1. As we should pick that Janetta up very soon and be watching the other cars going through, but the Janetta is making its way into turn number 2, into Castrol corner, and they are in that, I said 5th, they're not, they're in that 4th position, is that Jetta that's already working its way into turn number 3, into Interceptor corner. So we just picked up the Chiara van Niekerk coming into view there, and the Silver Justice Golf not too far behind. Lovely to pick up these cars because they are fighting for the minor positions as they work their way through. There comes Chiara van Niekerk, you see on your screen there, working her way through that double right-hander and going down the back straight, and she sits P5 overall. That's the Wingfield Motors and best price for my car Golf that is heading into turn number 5 into Pertamina Fostron.
Well, Frank, you're talking about that. It actually had a nice little dice, but on the looks of things, there's a bit of a issue there. I think Shane Justice behind the wheel of that 142 car, and just slacked down a little bit. I didn't see, looked like a bit of a puff of smoke come out of the car there. So let's keep our eye if he carries on or if he goes through, goes into the pits.
Right, so if we stay with this shot, you'll see that not too far behind these 2 Golfs, that red BMW coming into view, the red Beamer coming into view, There, it goes into turn number 1. That is your overall leader. That is Marco Retta and Neon de Toy. They are sharing that car. That's a man that sits in P1. And once again, as we watch the leader, Tiny, the 142 Golf, the De Silva Justice car, is back in the pit lane.
As expected, the car was slacking down the previous lap, and hopefully there's not anything too terminal there. But I must say, the team of KILLARNEY and them car running very, very strong, and so an hour and 50 minutes to go, still a long way to go.
Yeah, but only 20 minutes to go for the guys that are doing the hour and a half, 21 minutes to be exact for the guys that are doing the hour and a half. Then their race will be done. And I wonder what's going to happen if they're just going to... We'll have a look and see how their race is going to be ended. They might get a checkered flag, and if you get a checkered flag and you know you're not doing an hour and a half, then you will just continue, or will they just pull off the circuit? I don't know. That we'll find out pretty soon as we watch the leader come out of a turn 5 out of Fostron corner. That's the Retta de Toy combination, but they still got a long way to go. They've got about 20 minutes to go before their hour and a half is done. Right, again, down the back straight towards turn 5 is the man that's in second position, and that is the BMW of Albert Hintenhuis. We'll pick him up for you now as he works his way through turn number 5 out of Fostron corner. Right, there he goes on your screen. That's the man. That was the man, or is the man that's in second position. That's Albert Hintenhuis as he runs down into turn number 1. And he is 3 laps behind the overall leader, the Retta de Toy combo. They are in P1, and then 3 laps behind him, or behind that combination, I should say, you see this BMW heading into turn number 2 into Castrol corner, and that is the Albert Hintenhuis. Now he's going solo, is Hintenhuis, because he's got 19 minutes left, and then his hour and a half Enduro will be over. Now the guys that will pull off, well, the Lola's already done. I don't think we're going to see that car again as the Toy, De Silva Justice car comes out. So while we watch Hintenhuis make his way out of turn number 4, the cars that will then end in about 18 minutes time will be Albert Hintenhuis. I don't know if the Zaire Phillips car is back out on track again. We'll have a look and see. Then the De Silva Justice car will pull in, the Fanica Jordan car will pull in, and your overall leader, Marco Retta and Neon de Toy, will pull in, because remember, they, as we keep an eye on Albert Hintenhuis on your screen, Tiny, they are not doing the full 3 hour.
Frankie, you're going to correct you on that one. They are actually going to do the full things. That's why Neon de Toy has joined Marco Retta. So this is Neon will carry on with the race and the 3 hour.
Okay, well, that wasn't relayed to us. Thanks, Tiny, because on our programs it says that they are doing the hour and a half. I know that Neon had joined up with him, but it wasn't told to us that they're going to do the full 3 hour. But that's good if they're going to do the full 3 hour, because I don't think they would want to end it now after hour and a half. So thanks for that information that you found out there for us. We were not aware of that one. But yeah, great to see that they're going to do it. They've done 49 laps, including the lap that they're on. And they are the quickest drivers out there with a 121.089 4-car 15 P1, the Retta de Toy combo. As Hintenhuis makes his way down the back main, he's going to pick up that Sonata and put another lap there on the McCarthy's in the Sujin Property Investments Hyundai Sonata.
So the Sonata is just trotting along, Frankie. Beautiful car, and yeah, I wonder if this car's actually built for this type of just racing for endurance. And
yeah, that car, the Sonata. Now I don't know about the Sonata. I know that the 555 Janetta is, as we watch Hinternaas go through. Talking about the Janetta, it's making its way past us now. It's heading into turn number 1, the Janetta, and that is the Reed-Shepherd combination, making its way through turn number 1. Lovely pickup there by the camera lady as the Janetta heads out of turn number 1 out of holds. And that Janetta had the lead for a heck of a long time before it picked up problems. Tiny said on the front left-hand side, they did some work there, changed the wheel, did what they needed to do. It's come out back on track again, and it sits there in that 4th place overall, and 1 lap behind the 68 car. That is the Smith and Nayans combination, but it is the Reed and Shepherd combo that's in that Janetta. Lovely motor car, Tiny, that 555 Janetta.
A lot of work actually gone into the car by I think John Kirsten. He's actually one of the guys preparing those cars. This sports car which had that ugly misfire, they actually found out what the problem was a coil pack, and they actually sent someone to John's workshop to go fetch another coil pack, and we actually hope to have that sports car actually things is on the circuit in the non-too-distant future.
So the Janetta heads into turn 1. Right, we're hearing a car rev up. Is that the Lola? Yes, the Lola is back out on track again. That's the Moffat-Rousseau combination. It's all the way down the leaderboard, but at least they have got that car sorted now. It falls in the sports car category. Now all they need to do is finish, and they can be classified as 2nd, I would think, in their class. Let's have a look and see, but or maybe not, but they are certainly aiming for a top 3 as your overall leader makes his way into pit lane. That's Retta and Du Toit. You good? Right, so as we go back to turn number 1, Albert Hinternaas, that's now in that 2nd position, making his way out of turn number 1. We're looking at the Lola that's going down the back straight, and that's a lovely looking motor car that you see on your screen there now that the camera lady has picked up. As Gaza rejoins us back here in the commentary box again. It's had its issues out there on the circuit. They've been in and out the pits like a yo-yo. It's doing the 90-minute category. That's Moffat and Rousseau. And it sounds, you can hear they're not going full tilt with that motor car. I'm almost certain it's capable of going a whole lot faster than what you are seeing it out there. They just want to get that car to the checkered flag and be classified as a finisher. But it is a pretty good-looking race car that is heading towards turn 2 Castrol.
So with 13 minutes to go to get to the halfway mark of the 3-hour, the vehicle that is in P1 is in fact in the pits at the moment now. I think Nean du Toit will probably get out. Marco Retta will probably get back in. They've done 51 laps in total. The car that is in 2nd position, Hinternaas, he has done 49 laps, and in fact, is this him coming through here now? Yes, I think it is. So make that 50 laps, so 1 more, and Hinternaas will then be on the same lap as Retta. Taking that it's a 1 minute 23 around the circuit, that'll be 2 3/4 minutes from now. Hinternaas would then only get to the point where they would pass the Retta Du Toit car.
I'm watching that
that's Parker
boxy
Levy
BMW come into the pits, and a lot of smoke just puffed out the back end of that boxy BMW of the Mansour Parker Armin Levy boxy BMW as it's there in the pits. Even the marshals are going to take a look to see if all is well there with that BMW.
So Hinternaas having done 50 laps in total so far. The Retta car is still in the pit lane, so they are now just 1 lap ahead of Hintenhuis at this point. The Smith and Neyens vehicle, the 68, has done 49 laps. Well, they've just gone through now, so on 50 laps, almost a full lap behind Hintenhuis. But the bottom line right now is that the fastest car that there is out there is in fact the Reed Shepherd 555. That's going to do the full 3 hours. That's about 4 seconds a lap quicker than the lead car at this stage of the fight. So having said that, 4 seconds is a lot, but it's still a long way out to be able to make a plan to be able to take over the lead.
Right, so we apologize for that break there. Gary just joined us. He will take over the cameras now. We had to make some arrangements here to keep the sun off the monitors as it sets down in the west. And it is now, what, 20 to 6. So the sun is now beginning to set. And the moment the sun is in a position where it's not going to bother us anymore, then we'll take this huge screen away and we will then be able to continue. Right, so we need to pick up... Right, so Gary's back behind the cameras again, and we pick up here with the Smith Neyens car that is making its way out of turn number 5 out of Fostron, heading towards the set of Cape Town Bridge, and they are sitting in that 3rd place overall. They entered as Shane Smith, Gary Smith and Guy Neyens. Then behind them, heading into turn number 1, we have got Albert Hintenhuis now. Albert has joined the 90 minutes. He sits 2nd overall, Tiny, and he's got about, what, just over 8 minutes before his race is done.
Well, Gary, the red the toy car was in the pits, and the marker actually got back into the car, so he's marker Ritter behind the wheel. And as the Janeta's actually catching up to him there. So yeah, that will be pretty interesting to see how that pans out. Done 54 laps, and yeah, quite interesting to see that all is well in that category over there. Chiara Finikek also comes past us as well.
Right, let's try and pick up who beware, because wow, it is so spread out at this stage of the fight. It's quite crazy. No man, the thing's locked again. I can't change So while we try and get the camera shots sorted out for you, Margaret and Neanderthal They're doing 1 minute 26 as they were doing 24s earlier on. They still lead out. They're doing the 3 hour with that. It's in the modified 2 liter class. The number 50, that's the red Margareta Progress Precision BMW. They are still the overall leaders. They wouldn't have been if the Reed Shepherd car had not come into the pits and stayed in the pits for a long time, because they were out and out the quickest out there at that stage of the fight. With the Retta car coming into the pits and being there for a semi-extended period of time and probably driver change, Hintenhuis has got himself to within 1 lap of that of the Retta de Toy car. The Smith Nayans 68, also modified in the 2 liter class, doing the 3 hour. They have done also 1 lap less. They've done 53 laps. They have now just been passed by the Reed Shepherd car in the sports car division. So no, they haven't. They are coming up one behind the other, going down towards turn number 1. And you see them going through turn number 1, and that is Smith that is in there. Hintenhuis is in there. The Reed Shepherd car is in there. All 3 of them in the same shot. And then the 4th one you see behind that, that is in fact the lead car, which is 1 lap ahead.
Okay, the car of Margareta actually sliding around a little bit. Actually saying, I was speaking to Marco, asking what is the difference between the normal slick tire and the semi-slicks. Actually, it does actually make a huge difference. Actually, your tire wear on the semi-slick isn't as bad as it is as a normal slick. And yeah, obviously a lot of the rubber being put down, and grip levels, and actually the temperature of the circuit will actually start going down a little bit as well.
So 56 laps, and the overall leader in the modified 2 liter class, Margareta Neanderthal NDT and a Progress Precision, they are on 56 laps. Hintenhuis now also on 56 laps. On 55, closing fairly quickly is the Reed Shepherd car. They are on 55 laps. There's almost a full lap between Retta de Toy and that of Hintenhuis, but remember, Hintenhuis is doing the whole session all by himself. Smith and Nayans still in that 4th position. They've now just been passed on the last lap by Reed and Shepherd, so they've gone from 3rd down to 4th, but there are 2 different classes. Remember, Hintenhuis and Reed Shepherd, they are in the sports car class, the 2 liter modified class. The leader is Retta, then it's Smith and Nayans, then Chiara van Niekerk and Jordan, then De Silva and Justice. Now De Silva and Justice have done 47 laps, so they find themselves a long way further down at this stage of the fight. But you can see that, oh, slowing down completely. That looks like the De Silva Golf that is slowing down. So De Silva Justice combination that worked their way all the way up into 6th position. Then they were going to do just the 90 minutes. There is 2 minutes 57 still to go, but it looks like it's going to be 2 minutes 57 too long, because the De Silva Justice Golf is busy slowing down and going into the pit lane. They are not going to be able to go any further with that motor car. They do find themselves at the moment in 3rd overall. It all depends how much further Moffat can go. Moffat's got 38 laps. De Silva's got 47. So even with the De Silva car pulling into the pits, they are then still guaranteed for a 3rd position, because Chiara van Niekerk and Jordan have now gone past. So your 90-minute end result with 2 minutes 13 to go is probably going to be Hintenhuis. Then it will be Chiara van Niekerk and Jordan, and then the De Silva car, even though it is out, has done enough laps to then stay ahead of the Moffat car, which was in the pits for a long time. Has only done 39 laps, as opposed to the De Silva car that's on 47 that is out there on circuit. Yeah, that's actually quite a valid point that's just come up now. If you are not still on the circuit at the point where the time lapses the 90 minutes, you might not be classified. I remember, Frankie, in the 9-hour last year, we had a situation like that where we had a car that stopped between turn 3 and turn 4, and they were literally a couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes. I think it was, in fact, Umpi Swart and Cara Hill, if I remember correctly, in the Polo. And although they were brilliantly placed at that stage of the fight, they were not then included in the end results at all. So that could mean that the silver has got a problem if they don't get it out. I don't see the car in the pit lane, so they are back out on circuit with a misfire. So the fact that they stay out on circuit and they, whoa, looks like the that's a left-hand front wheel that has gone. That's the Hyundai that's gone off, and that's on the outside of the Sorrel Sweep, the double right-hander. As the leader goes past, the Retter Neanderthal car goes past, and they are not that far behind the Hinternaus car as they work their way down the back main. So 30 seconds remaining for the for that group of cars. Now Hinternaus will probably slow it right down, otherwise he's going to have to do another lap. Here's Hinternaus coming up towards the line now, and literally within 10 seconds he goes across the line. So that means he's going to go and have to do yet another lap, Hinternaus. But he's got 59 laps under the belt already. Closest to that is Chiara van Niekerk and Jordan, and they've done 54. So either way, Hinternaus will come up with the top result there. Chiara van Niekerk and Jordan will come up with that second place. The fact that Justice and De Silva is back out on circuit, they will come up in third overall. And then you'll probably find that Moffat will then come up with that fourth position on 40 laps overall. That'll wrap up the cars for the 90 minutes.
So checkered flag is well and truly out for the 90-minute race. That is, of course, one section of the cars. Hinternaus will come across as the victor in the class of the sports car section for the 90 minutes. For the modifieds will be Chiara van Niekerk and Jordan. So Hinternaus comes across the line. That is the checkered flag for the BMW. The only man in the car, of course, using the car, of course, not having any co-drivers, takes the victory in the sports car section for the 90 minutes. And that will mean somebody going slow through 5, and then that will be the other BMW that is going to be doing the 3 hour, the modified up to 2 liters. Oh, very slowly going. I think, no, that is the car, that's the 107.
Yeah, that car's been in the pits for a long time. That car was in, it's crossing the line now.
There was a fan belt, Frankie. I just went to go to the car where the driver was still sitting in the car. Saw a whole lot of water under it there they were refilling the coolant reservoir, and he said it's a fan belt that came off.
Right, so we're watching the Janetta making its way out of Fostron corner. That car will continue. He's in the 3 hour. I saw John Green standing here at the start-finish line with a board. There was no checkered flag as such. There was a board being shown. What's written on the board, I don't know, but I presume it states to the guys that are doing the 90 hour that your race is done, and John De Silva, Shane Justice's car, goes into the pit area, so their race is done. Albert Hinternaus pulls his car into the pit area, so his 90 minutes is done. He'll be the winner of the 90 minutes. That car coming out of turn 1 there was initially supposed to do the 90 minutes in the hands of Marco Retta. Then, as Tiny found out for us, Neanderthal joined him, and they upgraded from the 90 minutes to the 3 hour. So they are overall leaders, and they're still out on track. They're leading class and oval. They've got another hour and a half still to go, which is under an hour and a half now for them to go. What I wouldn't say under, it's an hour and 26 to be exact. They've got to go. And so they're going to just keep on moving. The Sonata is parked on the outside of turn 4. And they were penciled in for the 3 hours, so they're not going to get anywhere. Their race is done. The Lola making its way through turn number 1 on your screen. And they initially entered the hour and a half, but I see they're still on their way on the track. That's the Lola that's heading into turn number 2. Just behind the Lola is the Janetta that's sitting second overall. Well, we hear that the virtual safety car is going to come out, Byron. Tyner was saying to pick up a car around the track. I wonder if it's not that Sonata that is standing on the outside of turn number 4, Sidle Sweep. There, it's on your screen, that one.
Yeah, it'll be a 60 kph board that will be held out, so you cannot exceed that 60 kilometers per hour. And there goes, of course, on the straight now, it will be a 60 kilometers an hour maximum that the cars will go around, so they can recover that Hyundai Sonata that is missing the front left on that car.
Well, we see there's a safety vehicle going out on track as well. If I look out the pit window towards the north side of the track, everybody has to slow down. So you do not bunch up under a full safety car. It's a 60k an hour board. It's a virtual safety car. This could be a free pit stop for the Chiara van Niekerk, Keilen Jordan Golf that is in the pit area now. Yeah, this is true. What Byron was saying, they're not doing the 3 hour. They've done the 90 minutes, so that means their race is done. They've done the hour and a half. Quite right there, Byron.
They can take as long as they like with the pit stop.
As long as they like, because their race is actually finished.
Folks, the car you see coming towards you, for those of you sitting at home that's watching, the Reed Shepherd car has done 62 laps so far. Limited now to 60 kilometers an hour. The car you see coming through behind that is the Retta de Toy car. They've done 64 laps. So the distance between them is, 2 laps minus that distance. That is the difference between those two vehicles at this stage of the fight for first and second overall. Having said that, they are lapping roughly between 4 and 6 seconds a lap quicker with the Reed Shepherd car than that of the Retta de Toy car. With all the mathematics that you can possibly do in your brain, either way, it's a long, hard haul for Shepherd and Reed to catch up to Retta and de Toy, who I believe are on a reasonably similar pit stop strategy at this stage of the fight. 1 lap behind them is the Smith and Neyens BMW. Now that Smith and Neyens BMW is in fact on its way down through turn number 5, if I got it right. Yes, there it is. That's the car that we're talking about. For those of you watching at home on screen, that is your 3rd placed vehicle that is now in behind the pace car that is doing an exact 60 kilometers an hour. And then Hintenhuis, that just did the 90 minutes, would have been then 4th overall at that point. So all on his own, some lonesome, working his way down the back straight. That is what you see coming towards you now, the Janetta and the BMW, 1st and 2nd place, but with 2 laps between them.
Right, so let's have a look, see where we stand now. The cars that will have to pull off, that's if they are still mobile, because they've done the hour and a half. According to the program, the T86 Lola will have to pull off. That's the Moffat-Rousseau combination. Obviously, Albert Hintenhuis will pull off. He's done that already. The 107 Jetta 3 of Zahir and Rahiza Phillips will pull off, which they've done. The 142 Golf of John De Silva and Shane Justice has pulled off. As a matter of fact, that 107 Jet is still cruising down the back straight. They actually need to get off the track unless they've upgraded to the 3-hour, which of course we don't know. Otherwise, they'll have to get off the track because their time would be up. They're heading very slowly into turn number 5. The Chiara van Nikke, Kalen, Jordan, Mark 1 Golf. That's a Wingfield Motors best price for my car. They are off. They are in pit lane. Their race has been done. So those are the cars. Well, the number 107 car is in the pits. So, and with the smoke pumping out, well, they are done because they've done the 90 minutes only. So that will be the end of their stint. So there will not be too many cars left on track for another hour and a half. I'm seeing 3 cars out on track. Well, Margaretta and the Reed Shepherd car. That's making its way now through turn number 4. And then we will have the 68 car, the Smith-Nayens combination, the truck sport logistics car that is already making its way into turn number 5. Right, so we're sitting with 3 cars on track for another hour and 17 minutes. Everybody else has pulled off the circuit. They either have problems or the 90 minutes that they have entered in is complete. We do have another hour and 17 minutes left to go. Right, so Smith is coming into the pits. Well, Gary Smith has now come into the pit area. They've opened the bonnet, so we're not sure what's going on there. That leaves us with 2 cars on track. As a matter of fact, those 2 cars are making their way out of turn 5. So, Byron, I guess we need some confirmation as to exactly what's going to happen from now on until the end, with currently only 2 cars on track. The third car that's supposed to do the other hour and 15 minutes that's still left is in the pit area.
We're still under a slow period as well, as the Hyundai, the DeWalt Hyundai, being recovered from the turn 4 position, where it was on 3 wheels. Most likely still is on 3 wheels, just getting recovered. But yes, you were quite right there, Frankie. 2 cars on the circuit, the Ginetta and the BMW, bright red Beamer of Marco Retta and Neon de Toy. Well, actually, the Beamer's in the pits, excuse me. That's the one in the pits with the bonnet open. And there doesn't seem to be much activity happening around that car.
Sorry, Byron, if you have a look down the back straight, maybe Gazican picked it up for us. The flatbed has got the Sonata on the front. Left wheel is completely off, and they have recovered that car on the flatbed, and it is being taken back to the pit area. It was a pretty dangerous position. It was on exactly in the middle of turn 4 on the left-hand side, the outside of the track, and not too far off the end of the circuit. So if anybody got it wrong there, you go plowing into that motor car. That's why we've got the virtual safety car out on the track, so that that car can be recovered, which it now has been done, with 1 hour and 13 minutes on the clock remaining.
So yeah, the Shane Smith Beamer, the number 68, that's the one in the pits with a lot of red in it, but the bright red one of what I was talking about is Marco Retta Neon de Toy. That's the number 50 one, is still out there, right behind the Ginetta. Some of us would have seen at the circuit here that Hyundai has made it back to the pits on the flatbed. I can see the flatbed coming in. Yellow flags are being retracted. The green flag is being readied, so we're ready to go green flag racing again. And here comes slowly but surely out of the pits is Shane Smith. Shane Smith, of course, sharing that car with Guy Nianas.
Well, that car's coming back out again, as you were saying there. Barnett's rolling down the pit lane, so hopefully whatever the issue was, it wasn't that serious, just maybe refueling and check if everything is okay. So we're back to green once again, as all 3 cars, that Beamer just rejoined right in front of those other 2 cars. So as you see them on track, that's the way they are, first, second and third, but not on the same lap. The Retta car has done 68, the 555 has done 66, and the 68 car on P3 has done 64 laps. So it's going to be interesting. I don't think that the Smith-Nayans combination will finish any higher than 3rd position if they get to the checkered flag. But that Ginetta is about 2 or 3 seconds a lap quicker than the BMW. If he can get past the BMW and start milking his way around the circuit and go and fetch him again, and maybe even a 3rd time, then they will be on the same lap, and we could even have a winner by the, or should I say a win by the Ginetta. He's got to get past him first, which he now does in turn 5 in Fostron corner. So now the hard work is on there for Reed and for Shepherd. They're going to pull away from him, go around again, catch him again, and then do it another time, and then they'll be on the same lap, and then it will be a dice to see who gets to the flag first. It's a tall order, but there's an hour and 11 minutes still left, so it's not totally impossible.
Yes, so of course trying to run and Anthony Reed was just down in the box earlier on here, down in the hospitality lounge, and he's sharing that car, of course, there with Murray Shepherd, who's currently in the Ginetta at the present moment. He saw everything unfold on the television screens downstairs. They lie second at this time in that 555 Ginetta, but the Marco Ritter Neanderthal car completed 69 laps, will be completing the 70th lap fairly shortly, and will be doing so in the next few moments or so. I can see that the Shane Smith car with Guy Nianis, the E30, the 530 BMW, excuse me, that is out there.
Yeah, done a 122.9, did the 50 car, the Retta toy car, and the Reed Shepherd car done a 120.6. So as you can visually see on your screen, as we look at the Smith Nayans car come through, that the Ginetta is getting further and further away from the BMW, and he needs to get a move on now. If they want to win this one, if the Reed Shepherd combo wants to win this one, they're going to have to drive this car like it's a sprint race for another hour and 9 minutes and try and unlap themselves twice on that Retta de Toy BMW.
It's going to be a tough ask, Frankie, I'll tell you that much, but never count out the likes of Murray Smith there and Anthony Reed, or Murray Shepherd, I should rather say. You can always count on them to do something over here, but also don't put it against the Marco Retta Neanderthal entry as we watch out of turn 5 now, down the straight and underneath the city of Cape Town, Castrol and Wheatfield Motors Bridge, crossing the line and completing another lap for the Ginetta. In the same shot over there will be that BMW of the Marco Retta number 50 with Neanderthal, and then following suit. So they're very much on the same section of circuit almost. Smith, the Shane Smith and Guy Niana's BMW. That's the Truckport Logistics machine. And the three of them crusade on in this 3-hour endurance event. As Frankie said, yes, about an hour and 7 minutes now left to go in this race, but still plenty to happen here.
Yeah, the lap times across the line as we watch the Smith Nayans car work its way to intercept a corner. The last lap for Marco Retta was a 121.499, and for Reed Shepherd was a 120.570. It is a mighty, mighty tall ask for the Ginetta team to do what we said they need to do early on. Is it possible? Yes, but then you're going to have to absolutely slaughter this Ginetta to try and do it, and if it breaks, well, then that is the end of that. So what they're going to do is just systematically, slowly but surely, try and get further and further away and try and do what we said they need to do, Byron, as they put the quickest time up, 119.879 by Reed and Shepherd. So they must have heard us somehow, because it seems as if they are going to try that humongous effort and that huge Mount Everest to climb to try and achieve that. They're probably thinking, man, only 3 cars on track, so let us go and entertain the people by saying, like, can the folks at home will say, can they do it? Will they do it? to keep us glued to see exactly if it is possible. Is it possible? It is, but it's going to be very, very difficult.
Pursuit racing at its best, you could say, over here. And yes, very quick from that 555 Ginetta. And well, they'll chip away at it every single lap. Luckily, no back markers or anything there, being of course 3 cars on the circuit at this time. No back markers to worry about. It's a pretty clear circuit. The temperature would maybe drop a little bit as well, and then you'll get some optimum engine performance coming across the line. As they do, then you still feel a little bit of heat coming into our box over here as well. And the wind has died down just a little bit here, but looking at 20.1 this time around, only a mere 0.3 of a second off of the previous time.
Yeah, at 124.4 for Marco Retta. So Reed and Shepherd are going to give it horns, that's for sure. Their best lap is still a 119.879. And yeah, they are working their way out of interceptor corner, as going into turn 2 is the Retta Detoy BMW. They're working their way through the kink and towards interceptor corner, and they will be thinking to themselves, let's just keep this pace and we can still mathematically win this one. That is also possible. And as we watch them, the second place man is making his way through Pertamina Fostron.
Well, Tiny actually just came up with a very good point over here, because you could hear that the Retta BMW is short shifting, probably quite a bit of conservation in there as well, and that's why the Ginetta is able at this time to take more time out of the Retta Beamer. But another fastest lap, a 119.533 by that 555 Ginetta, and really chipping away at it now, having completed 72 racing laps.
Okay, but remember that there's quite possible another pit stop coming. And if there's another pit stop coming, which I think there should be, then that could also help play in one hand or the other's hand. So it's if there's another pit stop, that could also assist in who comes first and who comes second. But Reed did a 119.5, and Marco and Neon did a 125.614. So Reed and Shepherd are busy laying the gauntlet down.
Well, we've seen anything between 4 and 6 seconds per lap difference between the two cars. The Ginetta, lap for lap, just going quicker and quicker at this stage of the fight. And well, the last 3 laps, they've each lap put up the fastest lap for the race so far. Yeah, they come down towards the start-finish line now. Let's see what they do. The last lap was a 119.5. They now do a 119.7. Retta's car is on its way down into turn number 5. There's Retta or Neon, whichever one's behind the steering wheel. So 119.7 minus, let's see what gets done by the Retta Detoy car. A 124.4, so basically 5 seconds a lap is what is being taken out of the lead of that car that you see on screen there right now. 5 seconds a lap, so you're looking at 12 laps will make up a minute. You're looking at about 16 laps will make up the difference to make up 1 lap. So at the rate that they are now, they need 32 laps. Can you get that amount of laps in this period of time, Frankie? I don't think so.
Well, Gary, I just saw Neanderthal had a board in his hand. I think we might even have a pit stop for Marco Retta in the next 2 to 3 laps.
Well, if that's the case, if they're going to have a pit stop and the Reed Shepherd car is not going to have a pit stop, that will eat up that 1.5 laps difference between them. Then it is, well, trying to do the impossible for the Detoy Shepherd car, the Detoy Retta car.
Right, and guess what? Another quickest lap by Reed and Shepherd, a 1:19.297. And they are showing pit boards here, Tiny was saying, to the Retta the toy car, which is definitely short shifting. A little bit of smoke coming out the back of it. There is a touch of smoke coming out the back. 6.5 seconds slower is that car than the Janetta, but there is smoke coming out the back of that car. I noticed it going into turn number 1. I noticed that smoke is coming out the back of that car. Tiny was picking up that Marco Retta was short shifting. Neanderthal is standing down here in the pit area. He's waiting to get in as that car makes its way through Interceptor corner. And there is 1 hour left on the clock as the Janetta crosses the line and heads into turn number 1. That smoke is now gone for now on that red BMW, the Retta the toy car, heading into turn number 5 into Fostron corner. But yeah, on the radar that there's a possibility that the car that you see on screen there is dropping oil on the circuit. And if that's the case, then that could be the end of that for Marco Retta, but they continue. And the board gets held out here by the pit crew of Marco Retta. That smoke is gone now as he goes into turn number 1. So whatever it was, it might have cleared itself. Looking on the monitor and out the commentary box window at the same time, that smoke has cleared itself. And not too far behind him, you'll see come out of turn number 1 now is the man that's in 3rd position. That's that 68 BMW. Here comes of Shane Smith and Guy Nayans that is sitting 3rd in class. They okay. They okay. As a matter of fact, the Janetta is 7.2 seconds quicker than the BMW. And they've just done a 1:20.175 as they head out of turn number 1. Where is the... It's going down the back main, the Retta, the toy BMW. Yeah, down the back main, there's a blip there, but I think he's just blipping the throttle when he changes gears, does Retta, as he heads into Pertamina Fostron. So here he comes towards us to start another lap. Done a 127.5, so he is at least 3 seconds slower than what he was earlier on, as the lead car, or sorry, second place car is making its way into turn number 5, and that is into Fostron corner. That is the Reed Shepherd combination on that 555 Janetta. The question is there another pit stop to go? 120.061 for Reed and Shepherd. Still 1:19.297 is their fastest time. Lovely looking machine is that Janetta as it works its way towards turn 2 into Castrol corner. Through Castrol it goes. They will believe you me, they will believe that if that car holds, that they can win this Cape 3 hour. And why not? Why not? They're heading now towards turn 4 as we watch the 3rd place man. No, that's not the 3rd place man, that's still your overall leader. That's Marco Retta with Neanderthal. They were showing him boards earlier on. That boards are not being shown anymore, as he's now done a 127.037. Let's watch what Reed and them can do. They should be exiting turn 5, Fostron corner. Yes, they are. 3rd place man is going into turn number 1, and that is Shane Smith and Guy Nayans. That's the car there. And here comes your 2nd place team over the line. and they do a 119.874. Their best is still 19.2. So yeah, Gary just picking up and doing the maths for us here, that they're 7.1 seconds quicker. And there's a situation behind the main pit area, or the Jabert pits. There's a lot of smoke that's coming out there from behind that pit area. Well, don't know what that was. Maybe a fire extinguisher or something that went off, I don't know, but it's cleared itself now. Right, folks, as we watch Marco Retta cross the line, and he just did a 126.5. Where is Reed and Shepherd? Oh, here they come, out of turn number 5. They are absolutely tanking this thing. They did a 119.9. So they are catching as the Retta car is making its way out of turn number 2 out of Castrol. They are heading towards Castrol. So as they enter Castrol corner now, the Retta, the toy BMW is working its way out of turn 3, out of Interceptor. So they are guaranteed to take 1 lap back on them. They're going to put a lap on the car that's in 3rd place, but that doesn't matter because the Smith-Nayans car will say no matter what, at the least, we can finish this race in 3rd and be classified as finishers. They know, ooh, a bit of smoke coming out the back of that Janetta. Doesn't seem to be too serious. It's gone now as they go down the back straight. So, yeah, Shane Smith and Guy Nayans, they just keep right out the way and allow that Janetta through. They know that there's not much that they can do to stay ahead of that motor car. So, the leader crosses the line. Oh, that's a 125.8. He was down to 127s at one stage of the game as he makes his way through turn number 1 out of holes. And here comes Janetta, 119.915 by Anthony Reed and Murray Shepherd. So, Byron, I think the challenge is on.
That indeed it is, Frankie, and yeah, we are into that last hour now. There goes the Janetta into the right-hander at Castrol, turn 2, and then we'll come out through the kink and towards turn 3 for yet another occasion in pursuit of that red BMW ahead of it. But remember, has to unlap themselves first and then put on the real challenge.
Janetta making its way out of turn 4. He can visually see that red BMW ahead of him. There's the Beamer going through your shot, and there comes the Janetta save. That BMW comes in now, then it means that the Janetta will have taken 1 lap back. Well, either way, he'll take a lap back. Whether he comes in now or not, he's not. Oh, the smoke is coming out the back of that BMW once again. It's the same amount of smoke that came out early on. Then it cleared itself for a while, and now it seems to have come back again. And he just did a 120. Oh, it's a lot of smoke coming out the back of that BMW. 126.557. He's done. He's done. He pulls the car off. That's all over. Game, set, and match there for Marco Retta and Neander Toy. That car is finished, unfortunately, and it pulls off there, Byron, right by the oval track.
That's heartbreaking over there, you know, coming out, seeing the smoke get more and more and more every time there. The bucky goes to go and tend to that red BMW, but now we are looking on the screens at the brand new race leader.
Well, not yet. He's got past him. He's still got to go another lap around, and then he will inherit the lead. So we're still currently in. No, he doesn't. Now remember, guys, to my knowledge, and Gaza was talking about it earlier on, in endurance racing, Byron, you only get classified if you see the checkered flag. So I remember, I think it was last year, we had Cara Hill and Umpi Swart between turn 3 and 4 break, and there was like 30 odd seconds to go. Checkered flag was going to come out, and they asked on the radio permission just to bring the car around to be classified as a finisher, and permission was denied because you could make gouges, whatever you want to call it, in the track. So they were told no. But theoretically, they would have finished second. But they got nothing, because in endurance racing, you've got to get to the line to be classified as a finisher. So unfortunately, they will not be classified as finishers, the 50 car of Retta and Tatoy.
The whole bottom section of that car is covered in oil. We are hearing over the radio then, so that is a major engine failure on that machine. A little bit of smoke almost I saw over there coming from the Ginetta as well.
Yeah,
Will they all make the flag?
I saw that early on, but you can see he's backed right off from a 119 to a 121. So it's obviously come through these comms that the BMW is not there, so no need to push. As it does a 1 minute and 20.4, and that will put him into P1. So the Ginetta back into the lead again. Now that means that if the Smith-Nayens car does not break down, they will be then classified as second. But we've still got 49 minutes left to go.
Well, the Smith car, yes, another 2 laps. Will be up into second shortly. Just another 2 laps time with the 2 cars left circulating. That is over there, and here comes the Shane Smith and Guy Niana's car, the 530 Beamer, and out of the turn 2 section through the kink. And it's all about, I think, who's going to be able to make it to the flag at the end of the day, because it's going to be a very long 48 minutes for these 2 circulating at the present moment.
Well, here comes your leader out of turn number 5, Reed and Shepherd. Way down the highway. And they have done a 120.093. So they are just cruising around. They did a 119.297. They did that when they needed to, but now that they know, and they will not only know it over the comms, but they will see that red BMW is standing on the oval track. They will know that that car that was in the lead is out, and that they have got the lead. So Smith and Nayens making their way out of turn number 1. They are now only 1 lap behind the 5-0 car of Retta and Toy, which they will gobble up quickly because that 5-0 car is out.
So yeah, the remaining Beamer comes towards our position. If you're watching on the live stream, IMUSAT live stream, yeah, at the circuit, of course, going through turn 2 through the kink and into turn 3, interceptor shoes corner, as we cross over to the leader at this time, and that is the 555 Ginetta that's shared by Anthony Reed and Murray Shepherd. Murray Shepherd currently in the car at the moment. I still see that relaxing very nicely is Anthony Reed downstairs, the man who beat Jacques Villeneuve in 1992 to the Japanese Formula 3 Championship, and also a former British Touring Car Championship driver as well. So very decorated drivers in this race, joining our very own Cape Town decorated drivers, but a lot of them unfortunately no longer in this race.
Ginger, they just done a 119.686, so they are just showing us that they are capable of doing mid 119s. They've done a very low 119. Here comes Smith and Nayens. They are now on the same lap as the Retta de Toy BM, and they did a 125.9, did Shane Smith and Guy Nayan. So the next time they come around at the end of this lap, they will move up into that second position.
But this event, of course, the last main circuit event of the calendar. We've had all the Power Series events. We ended that off not too long ago. Now coming into this December, this is it. Next week, of course, another endurance event, the annual 8-hour, the 41st running of the event. But now 45 minutes left of this particular race as the pit board goes out, just to tell Murray Shepherd what is happening, who is where, or whom is where, because we have Smith and the Nyanas still left here, but they are now coming up to the section where they can actually take second position.
No, I'm falling over. So as we watch them come out of turn 5, when they cross the line, they will move up into that second position. Here they come across the start finish line now, and the 68 car goes up into P2, 3 laps behind the lead motor car, which is the Reed Shepherd Janetta.
Yeah, so 3 laps they'll circulate, and it's a brave effort from that Beamer, that number 68 BMW, going now once again into Castrol Corner and the Castrol Oval section, but down the straight towards Pertamina Fastron. There goes Murray Shepherd in what was going to be one of 2 Janettas today. Dr. Greg Mills was going to race, did not race eventually. And while alongside him, I know Henny Groenewald was also here, but did not partake in this particular 3-hour event. Meanwhile, there they go down to that first turn, Holes Hook, going by its traditional name, the only true left-hander on the circuit, and then onto that Joubert Straight.
But I'm listening to that BMW that's heading down into turn 5. Man, does that car sound sweet. You could hear it howl going down the back, the Killarney Straight as it's called, into turn 5, into Fastron, and it sounds very, very sweet indeed.
Yes, a BMW Straight 6. It's a mighty, mighty, mighty sound, and a lovely sound.
Yeah, and they've just done a 126.470. Now the Reed Shepherd car did a 123.5 its previous lap, and that shows me that they've lifted off completely. There's no need to thump this motor car around here. They've got the lead. They're 3 laps ahead of the 68 car that's in a second position, and all they need to do now, with 43 minutes left on the clock, is basically, Byron, just circulate for that 43 minutes and not put the car under any stress or strain.
Keep it on the island, keep it on the black stuff, whichever way you want to put it, that's where you keep it. And you're going to go through that double apex right-hander at Saddle Sweep.
And to prove my point, they've just done a 126.501. So they have literally lifted off completely.
A bit of a moment going through that first turn for the Janetta as well. And got a little out of shape there, but he's just going to have to watch out there, because it is coming into the latter stages of this race. 42.5 minutes left to go. You'll see the photographers on screen picking some good places there to poke the lens, but there's also the marshals that are keeping a lookout at that section. But meanwhile, there they come into the Interceptor shoes section.
So, Bono, there's a green sector there for Smith, or green time, which is a personal best there for Shane Smith and Guy Nayans. And that's a 1 minute 25. Let's wait for this little invalid format block that's running around our monitor to go away. Then I'll tell exactly what it was. And that's a 125. It was a 125.347. So that was a green. That means a personal best for them. So in the entire race so far, their best lap is a 125.347.
And crossing the line once again then. So let's see now, I'm going into this first turn. Much better through there this time around. Don't have to push too hard here. No real point, unless the main objective is have a little bit of fun towards the end of this race, as the Shane Smith and Guy Niena's BMW goes right through. No. Naines. I just thought I'd put a spin on his name there. Naines. Yeah, Naines, excuse me, sometimes my pronunciations, but yes, Naines.
Red flag.
Red flag. Red flag. Oh, right, they've red flagged the race.
That means the race has been stopped. The red flag is out, the race has been stopped, and we will have to find out exactly why, because there's only 2 cars on the track and both cars are going. So we're just going to get confirmation as to why the red flag has come out.
Reason for red flag?
We know that. The race has been stopped.
Is that stopped indefinitely? Okay, there we go. Into the race.
All commentators, red flag, race stopped. Did the COC call it a race?
Well, I'm speaking on a speculation here, Frankie. I don't know if the COC has perhaps tried to maybe called the race because we only have 2 cars out there. And, well, with 40 odd minutes left to go in this event, we just actually crossed over the 2 hour and 19 mark. And seeing is applause going on, doors opening up, I think this race has been called, Frankie.
Yeah, we did get confirmation on the radio that they have decided to stop the race, which is a sensible thing. You can't have 40 minutes still left with only 2 cars on the track, and the end result isn't going to change because the 68 car was never going to get past that 555 car. So unless a 555 car breaks down, there's no way that the 68 car could win it. So I do agree with the call and the decision that was made, and that is call it a race, which means that Anthony Reid and Anthony Reid and Murray Shepherd, they come home first in class, and Shane Smith and Guy Nayans finish second in class, and a DNF, which means it's no third place for Marco Retta and for Nian de Toy. The 90-minute race was won there by Albert Hintenhuis, and it says here on our leaderboard that Chiara van Niekerk and Colin Jordan finished second, with John De Silva and Shane Justice third. But you've got to keep in mind that the cars are split into various categories as well. Well, folks, that concludes the race with about 40 minutes left to go. The clerk of the course has called it a race. And yeah, that is it. That does conclude the main circuit championship for 2023 here at the Western Province Motor Club. I actually got a... let me see if I can find it. I got a WhatsApp from Johnny van Niekerk, And he said, "Hi Frankie, treating from Mauritius. We are so proud of Kiara and Kaylin. Love to all at the WPMC. Greetings with love, Johnny van Niekerk." So, yeah, that man was 10 years sponsoring this year, and we hope to see him for another 10 years. Right, we're going to sign off. The whole team signs off from Killarney International Raceway. We will be back here next Saturday. Byron will be doing the Livingston Baths, 8 hours for short circuit bikes on the kart circuit. And Emil and myself will be at the Rallycross for the last round of that. From myself, Frank Guinness, have a good festive season, and we'll see you in 2024 from a main circuit point of view. Goodbye, everybody. God bless.
And likewise, from myself, Byron Height, also a big thank you to Emil Tiny Brunt of Tiny Spitbox and Gary Gazza Fleming of Second Gear Talk Show. And of course, my colleague and friend here as well. All of us good friends up here. Frankie Hennis, that we will see you definitely again soon. Few races still to go this year, and then definitely next year as well. But thank you to all of you. Please drive safe, keep safe, have a lovely end of year period until we see each other again. From myself, Byron Height, it's signing off and goodbye.